He is an avid Gatemen fan and is from Marston's Mills. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tom Moran. Mark is an avid Gatemen fan from San Francisco
Wareham Gatemen
and is a
Baseball,
future
brought to you by the
son-in-law
Gatemen
of
Baseball
Wareham.
Network in conjunction with the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Last summer, the Wareham Gatemen had one of their most successful seasons in franchise history.
Skied out to left field. This ball is way back. See you later. Colton Shaver.
Good one pitch. That is rocketed out to right field. Back goes the right fielder, and that one's gone. An absolute bomb to right field for Gavin Sheets.
But despite their regular season success, the 2016 Gatemen were sent packing after the first round of the CCBL playoffs.
Is this ball fair? It is! Crow comes in to score the game's tying run. McKinnon comes in as well. Bourne has walked off, and Wareham's season is over.
Now, a new season and a fresh start in Wareham. College baseball's finest are coming from all over the country in pursuit of the Gatemen's 8th Cape Cod Baseball League Championship.
Through the infield, coming around to score is Topa. Play at the plate, and Metz is safe too. It's a 2 RBI single. 0-1 count on Luke Bonfield, who swings and drives this one deep to left field. That one is into the trees.
That's sent right up the middle, past the dive of the shortstop, and in for a base hit. Rounding third, heading home is Bonfield. An RBI single for Robbie Metz.
Off speed, throwing back to first base McIver, and the tag is in time from Sable. Driven out to right center and deep. This one is gone. Tristan Pompey is second of the night. His second 3-run shot.
Chopped in the infield. Coming over is Politz. He doesn't handle the baseball. The run scores. The Gatemen win their 3rd consecutive home opener.
It's Wareham Gatemen Baseball, and you're listening to it live on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Welcome to today's broadcast of Wareham Gatemen Baseball as the Gatemen take on the 3-time defending Cape Cod Baseball League champions, the YD Red Sox. Connor Federico and Sam Corman along with you in this one, and we'll hear from our sideline reporter Claudia Chakamian very soon. It's a beautiful day for baseball here for the Gatemen. Earlier start time than normal, 5:30 tonight, and it's 5:27 on the East Coast. The Gatemen, they'll throw Justin Montgomery out on the mound tonight, and he comes into this one a highly touted pitcher.
Yeah, 17 innings thus far for Justin Montgomery. No earned runs allowed. That just has been a combination of many good outings from Montgomery. He hasn't really been solved by any hitters from any team yet this year. He faced these YD Red Sox last week, went 5 innings, didn't give up a run, so I expect more of the same, but the lineup for YD, more experience now.
Nico Horner, he's up right now. And he takes called strike. Home plate umpire tonight, Mickey Garcia, Alan Liberdoni over at first, and Steve Durrance over at third. Montgomery out of Cal Baptist with the Lancers this spring. 5 starts, 5 more relief appearances, a 4.55 ERA, 2-0 record, 36 Ks. As Horner takes a called strike on the inside corner, and this is the key for Montgomery, getting ahead early in the count.
Especially against a really good hitter like Horner. This is my guy to watch in the pregame show today, presented by South Coast Health. Out of Stanford, one of the best Pac-12 schools there is. He's a power hitter.
Ground ball to the right side. It's picked up by Robbie Metz. Throws on a first, and that will be the first out of the inning. So Montgomery retiring the first batter he faces.
A lot of loaded hitters at the top of this YD lineup, and if he can get through the top, he'll have an easier time getting to the bottom for sure.
Well, this is the first time he'll have a challenge like this season, where he's facing a team that just saw him a week ago. What kind of advantage does that give YD?
Well, it gives their hitters a little bit of an advantage because they're more familiar with his pitches, and you just saw Nico Horner. That was his first at bat against Montgomery this season. He didn't play in that last game, but Kyle Isbell and a lot of these guys in this lineup have seen Montgomery already, and that might help them solve his breaking ball, solve what pitches he's going to throw.
Isbell jacks this one deep to right field. Going back near the wall is Dodson, and he makes the catch for the second out of the inning. So Montgomery working ahead early right now. He's got really great stuff. Fastball hits around 93 miles an hour. Then you talk about that curveball and the changeup, and that's how he gets guys out.
Often it's not always strikeouts. He's often forcing guys to get under the ball, pop them up, or you just saw on Nico Horner, a high chopper to the third baseman. Very good at getting ground ball outs, and that's because he forces guys to hit over that breaking ball so much.
So here is Alex McKenna, number 23 in red. Lines this one towards right field, and it's going to drop for a fair ball. McKenna rounds first, heads for second. Dodson throws it in. It'll be cut off. A 2-out stand-up double for Alex McKenna.
And the YD Red Sox have come into this game swinging away at Montgomery. This game started about 2 or 3 minutes ago, and there's already a guy on second with 2 outs. They haven't really been letting any pitches go. They're not trying to take some time to solve this pitcher. They're just coming in here hacking away. That was kind of been the key for the Gatemen lineup in recent games, swinging earlier in the count, not letting themselves get behind before going at it.
Well, you definitely don't want to get behind against a pitcher like Montgomery, who we've talked about throughout the season, plays for a D2 school, Cal Baptist, which, by the way, has signed a contract with the Western Athletic Conference, the WAC, which is a D1 conference. They're going to be joining them in the spring of 2018. So next year he will be a D1 pitcher.
And that's got to be great.
Yeah.
For a guy to go, commit to a D2 school, and then as he's there, they just go D1. He gets to face that better competition.
And speaking of competition, Alfonso Rivas from the Arizona Wildcats, an all Pac-12 teamer, hit .371, 7 home runs, 63 RBIs this year. And we talk about that ops stat a lot, Sam. Over 1,014.
Yes, one of my favorite stats, of course, because I love the stat of slugging percentage and also on base percentage.
Well, the combination of doing it together is incredibly impressive. I think anytime you see a guy with over a 900 ops, that's eye-popping.
Yeah, because, anytime you see a guy with over 500 slugging percentage, that means they're getting half a base per at-bat. And, if you think about it, it's tough to, put that into perspective, but when you think about that, that's very impressive. And plus on-base percentage. If you have a 400 on-base percentage, you're doing a really good job.
Montgomery, he's doing a good job here, throwing strikes, and he puts one in there. Count now 3-1. And all our talking, we didn't even realize Montgomery went down in the count 3-0, which, he doesn't do very often.
Absolutely not. With a runner in scoring position, you want to end this inning as quickly as possible.
Montgomery in the dirt, blocked by McIver. He throws on to third, and that will end the inning. Great play by Willie McIver defensively, and it leaves Alfonso Rivas at the plate. So at the end of a half inning, the Gatemen, they leave a runner stranded on second base. We'll go to the bottom of the first. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
When you're sick or injured, you want care when and where it's convenient for you. South Coast Health Urgent Care has 4 locations: Fairhaven, Wareham, and now in Seekonk and Dartmouth. You can view wait times and even check in online at southcoast.org/urgentcare. Urgent Care. Choose the time and location that's best for you. We'll even remind you when it's time to come in, and walk-ins are always welcome. Urgent care that exists to meet your needs. More than you expected? That's more than medicine. Check in at southcoast.org/urgentcare.
The Down East Lobster Roll combos are back at the 99 restaurants. Visit today in Centerville, Falmouth, Mashpee, Wareham, or Yarmouth for the best value for lobster rolls on the Cape. The 99, proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Here in the bottom of the first, the Gatemen Baseball Network would like to remind you that you can contact us anytime by emailing pressbox@gatemen.org. Please feel free to send us your questions or comments, and we'll make sure to address them as soon as possible. Again, that's pressbox@gatemen.org. Make sure you're keeping up with all the Gatemen action 24/7 by following the Wareham Gatemen on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Connor Federico, Sam Corman here with you tonight, and on the mound, it's Hogan Harris, the former Gatemen pitcher back in 2016.
Yeah, pretty cool for Hogan Harris to come back here displaying field, face his former team on Cape Cod, and wow, I actually got it right. I said on Cape Cod for one of the first times this
Congratulations.
season. And he combines his curveball and slider to become really dangerous depending on the side of the batter. And really good at Stanford this year, under 3 ERA, hovering at about 2.0 right now here on the Cape. So he's going to be a good guy for YD today for sure.
The lefty deals. Kwan shows bunt, and he takes called strike. The Gatemen lineup tonight goes as such: Stephen Kwan, Tanner Dodson, Kyle Kasser, Willie McIver, Tristan Pompey, Blake Sable, Robbie Metz, Jaron Duran, Nick Angelini. And Kwan takes a ball down low, so the count goes to 1-1. Hogan Harris this season as a sophomore with the UL Lafayette Ragin' Cajuns. 12 starts, a 2.66 ERA. Kwan takes a ball inside, a 5-2 record, and 87 strikeouts in only 68 innings pitched. That strikeout per innings ratio is great. And he had a similar stat last year with the Gatemen, 18 strikeouts in 14 innings. Kwan lines this one just foul. So Kwan has 2 strikes on him now against Hogan Harris, who made 4 starts for this Gatemen team in 2016. 2 more relief appearances. An ERA just below 5, 4.90, and a 1-0 record. And he deals ball down low, so Stephen Kwan forces a full count. Dodson and Kasser are on deck. We'll see Tanner Dodson hit from the right side again today. And this ball's outside. Stephen Kwan works himself a leadoff walk, and that's most certainly the recipe for success for the Gatemen.
He just puts together such good at-bats every time he comes to the plate. He's so good at detecting pitches out of the zone, and right there he was able to do so. Work a nice leadoff walk for the rest of this Gatemen lineup. I'm sure the guys behind him appreciate that, especially the guy about to bat right now.
Hogan Harris, 0-1 on the season, but a 2.08 ERA in 3 starts. Gotta like that number. 20 strikeouts in 13 innings. Stephen Kwan's going to take second right here. Saw that ball was in the dirt. Speaking of balls in the dirt, the top of the first ended with Alex McKenna getting caught stealing at third base. There was a walk issued to Alfonso Rivas, though, so he will not bat in the top of the second. It'll start with Luke Miller. But first, the Gatemen, they have a runner in scoring position and nobody out. One of your best hitters up right now. And Dodson lines this one into center. Stephen Kwan awaits, and he will head back to second. First out of the inning.
Good swing by Dodson, just lines it right into the wrong part of the ballpark, right to the center fielder in Isbell. And, I'm looking for a lot from the top of this Gatemen order today, but I'm also looking for a lot from the bottom of this Gatemen order today, especially because two guys, or three guys that weren't in the lineup yesterday, Blake Sable, Jaron Duran, Angelini. They're all coming back off days. I'm sure they're eager to face Hogan Harris today.
Lefty-lefty matchup here for Harris. He dishes a ball outside to Kasser. Quan, the other lefty in this lineup, he just forced a walk off of Harris, and Kasser, so far this season, hitting .327, 5 RBIs. He's been impressive since he's arrived, a late addition to the Gatemen roster. Harris deals, there's that curveball. Wow, that had a lot of movement on it.
Yeah, and Kasser got over a little bit, chopped it down the line. Trying to get a feel for this really good Pac-12 pitcher in Harris.
So we'll await Hogan Harris. He will throw over to second. Stephen Kwan just making it back.
Nonchalantly walking back to first base, and ball almost hit him.
Christian Koss keeping him close over there at second base. Kwan fakes going, and Kasser takes a ball high. Count 3-1 now. Or 2-1, I apologize. Kasser from the University of Oregon made the All-Pac-12 team this season, hitting .348. Not to mention his .994 fielding percentage. Another pickoff throw is late. Stephen Kwan definitely getting in Harris's head over there.
Absolutely. Two pickoff attempts to second base. You don't see that often. As it's dangerous. He could very easily get behind the shortstop, who has to run over from his position to the base, and can very easily lead to some crazy things, including Kwan scoring from second if that ball gets into the outfield.
Ball's outside. Kasser has a hitter's count now. 13 in white, has 3-1 in his favor. Willie McIver on deck, who did some damage against the Falmouth Commodores yesterday. Solo shot. Second home run of the year. And Kasser will work a walk. So both base runners for the Gatemen, they're on from walks.
Yeah, tough start for Hogan Harris. His command just hasn't been there. He's looking to locate that curveball better, maybe towards the outside part of the plate on the lefty Kyle Kasser, but now the righty in McIver. A little bit of a different approach for Hogan Harris. Has a slider and the curveball to go to.
McIver this season hitting .337. We just talked about his second home run of the year that came last night. A team leading 13 RBIs. Both runners go. The throw is going to go to second, and it's going to be late. Interesting decision there for the catcher Trainer, making his first appearance tonight for the YD Red Sox.
Well, that decision came because Stephen Kwan got an incredible jump at second base and was already at third when Trainer got up. And good job there. Got to give credit to Kasser. Haven't seen him steal too many bases, but we do know he has some speed and was able to get in there safely. So big play for the Gatemen base runners.
Double play ball is off now. That's been a concern. Here's a high chopper. The throw's going to come to home, and Kwan is out. Another split-second decision by the YD Red Sox. This time it's the right one from Hogan Harris. I thought he was going to throw on to first.
Yeah.
Instead, he just pegs Kwan at home.
He did a really good job reaching and then turning right towards home, and as he was turning, was able to, locate where he was and fire that ball into home. You think that was a ball that's going towards first base almost every time, but really good job by Harris to save himself a run early on in this game.
Willie McIver probably thought he had his 14th RBI of the year. Instead, he stands on first. And Tristan Pompey is at the plate. Dangerous hitter on the right side. Runner goes. The throw goes straight to the pitcher, Harris. That looked like it was a designed play, but maybe Harris wasn't expecting it. He made the catch anyway, though.
I think the catcher Trainer knew that there was no chance of getting McIver at second by the time he had it, and was just throwing the ball back to the pitcher, and he had no idea it was coming back to him. Crazy play there. Seen a lot of that, and seen a lot of craziness in the past few days.
Gatemen second and third, 2 outs. Tristan Pompey at the dish, and he takes called strike 2. So Pompey in a bit of a hole now. The Gatemen, they've had 3 base runners in this inning. Kwan, Kasser, now McIver takes Kwan's place in a way. Nobody has a hit yet for the Gatemen.
Yeah, interesting inning with 3 different base runners, but no hits. Now a big spot for a guy that kind of got his hitting going yesterday after a tough stretch.
And Tristan Pompey swings at strike 3. So that will end the bottom of the first inning. Both teams threaten in this first with runners in scoring position, but nobody gets across. 0-0. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Franklin Sports, Advanced Embroidery, Cape Destinations, Robert B. R., Sullivan Tire.
Top of the second. Thank you for watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball today on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Connor Federico and Sam Corman with you. We'll hear from our Claudia Chikamian shortly on a beautiful night. 5:30 start time against the YD Red Sox, and both teams threaten in that first but can't get anything across.
Yeah, and some wild pitching there from Hogan Harris, but was able to get the outs that he needed, especially that big strikeout to Tristan Pompey that ended that inning.
Justin Montgomery out for his second inning of work. Had a good first, only gave up 1 hit. Was helped out by his catcher, Willie McIver. And here is Luke Miller. Pops this one up in foul territory. It'll just go out of play.
All courtesy of attorney Glenn Hannington and his daughter Tevis.
And the stats may not read this, but I think YD is some of the most underrated power in the entire Cape Cod League. Got a lot of power hitters, including Luke Miller right here. Doesn't have a ton of home runs, but can definitely hit the ball high and far, as well as some guys later in this lineup.
Montgomery gets a swing and a miss from Luke Miller, the Indiana Hoosier. Played in 57 games this spring. Hit .272 with 10 home runs and 42 RBIs. Montgomery gets his first strikeout of the night, and Luke Miller is sent down swinging. This strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exafaris, and Bullard. So here comes Christian Koss.
Once again, Montgomery really good at getting guys to fall for that pitch out of the zone, and chasing it in the dirt was Luke Miller. So Montgomery's getting guys to swing at those pitches tonight. He's going to have another good day.
Koss, a West Coast guy similar to Montgomery. Koss plays for the UC Irvine Anteaters. Played in 40 games this season as a freshman.
One of my favorite mascots in college baseball.
Do they have a mascot?
Oof.
Or is
they
it
probably
just the
do.
name?
I know there is a banana slug mascot somewhere in the UC system.
Ground ball foul, and Montgomery, the Lancer. That's a cool name too. He's up 0-2 now.
Yes, it's the UC Santa Cruz Banana Slugs.
Well, do they have a literal mascot, like someone who walks around in a suit?
Oh, absolutely.
I wonder what an anteater suit would look like as Montgomery gets his second strikeout. That's an interesting mascot. This strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exafaris, and Bullard. So here comes Nick Quintana.
Another guy who can really hit for power.
Well, Quintana, it seems like everything's a home run or a strikeout with him. 4 home runs on the season. He only has 9 hits, good for a 184 average. 26 strikeouts. That's among the league leaders. So he's a guy that comes up looking to swing a big bat every time. And that might not be the best approach, especially at a park like Spillane. Montgomery really forcing a lot of swings and misses right now. I mean, the thing about him is that you got to be worried about those off-speed pitches, and then he just blows a fastball right by you.
Yeah, he's doing a nice job getting swings and misses, not only on his swing and miss pitches, which would be his off-speed pitch, but it's the fastball. It's also getting some swings and misses up and out of the zone. Quintana's got to be smarter.
The 0-2 just misses. Montgomery just doesn't get the call there. You see him it looks like he's in pain a little bit.
He was about halfway to the dugout before the umpire said, nope, do it again.
1-2, though, he's still dangerous. Nobody on, 2 outs here in this game. Montgomery just misses again. Shortstop Kasser and center fielder Angelini were running in on that one.
Well, that one actually did break quite a bit. That was just, they were fooled by Montgomery's breaking ball right there is what happened, because that thing moved a ton out of the zone at the end.
Out of the windup, the 2-2 just misses. So suddenly, just by using his eyes, Nick Quintana has forced a full count. Former 11th round draft pick of the Boston Red Sox. That was in 2016. In 2017, playing for the YD Red Sox.
Look at that. He's right in their farm system.
Well, here's Montgomery's payoff pitch. Strike 3. Justin Montgomery strikes out the side. Miller, Koss, Quintana, all of them brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exaforest, and Bullard. After 1.5, it's still 0-0. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
We appreciate and thank the sponsors who support the Cape League and the 10 teams. Our corporate sponsors are the financial backbone of the league. It is with their support that we are able to preserve our long-standing tradition of providing the best family entertainment here on Cape Cod. On behalf of the visiting team, the Wareham Gatemen, league officers, and the entire Cape League family, we would like to announce and thank our 2017 corporate sponsors. With much appreciation, we recognize the Yawkey Foundation, Chatham Bars Inn, the Fuller Family Foundation, Dunkin' Donuts, Curry College, Cape Cod Healthcare, the 99 Restaurants, Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod, Cape Cod Potato Chips, Friendly's Ice Cream, Baseball Factory, Cape and Island License Plate, 47 Brand, Cape Cod 5 Cents Saving Bank, Stop and Shop, Peapod. We'll be back to you in the next inning for the second half of this outstanding list of loyal sponsors.
Welcome back. Today's presentation of Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Connor Federico, Sam Corman with you on this beautiful Sunday. Blake Sable is the batter for the Wareham Gatemen. And he pops this one along the left field line. Under it is the left fielder Miller, and he will make the catch for the first out of the inning. So the Gatemen, they're also swinging pretty early in the counts. They know, Hogan Harris is not a guy, similar to Justin Montgomery, that you want to get behind in the count to.
Yeah, absolutely, and Hogan Harris with a good pitch to Sable there. And Sable's a guy that I was really watching before this game. Got the day off yesterday, but the game before that, he had a 2-hit, 2-stolen base night, and you expect him to kind of make a turn in this season, really improve on his hitting especially. And I think he's a guy to really look for in the later half of the season.
Robbie Metz facing his former Gateman teammate Hogan Harris for the first time tonight. He takes a called strike. Our Twitter poll for tonight on the Wareham Gatemen Twitter page: what is your favorite fan entertainment feature at a baseball game? Is it the 50-50 raffle? I guess it is if you like a little gambling.
Also, if you're at a smaller park, if you're in a big park, you're not going to be winning the 50-50 raffle maybe more than once in your life. So, You know, it's tough.
Is it the T-shirt toss? Is it speed pitch? Or is it the mascot race? I would choose the mascot race every time. Metz hits a ground ball on a curveball to the second baseman Horner, who makes the play. And quickly, Hogan Harris goes 1-2-3 in the second. 1-2 in the second. Getting ahead of myself.
I'll jump the gun here. We got Jaron Duran still has an opportunity to take a hack at this Stanford pitcher.
A guy who can certainly get a base hit, but he is the fourth true lefty that the Gatemen have in the lineup tonight. It's Kwan, Kasser, Sable, and Duran at a bit of a disadvantage. Last night we only saw them hit Kwan and Kasser against the lefty for Falmouth. The starter was Tyler Blum. And then Derek Adams and Mitchell Miller, the next two pitchers to come in were both lefties. Duran takes this one in the dirt. Nick Angelini on deck, and then it would be the top of the order for the Gatemen. Duran hits a foul ball, and now we'll have a 2-1 count.
Two-out magic has been a theme for the Gatemen in recent games, and never know with 2 outs in an inning, you could really spark something from the bottom of this order, get a guy like Stephen Kwan or Tanner Dodson up at the plate and maybe force in a 2-out RBI.
Harris, the lefty, dealing to Duran, and he gets a called strike just at the top of the letters. Duran going with the stirrup socks today. They look pretty cool. We've seen the Gatemen, for the most part, go with pants all the way down to the ankles. Harris is 2-2, and Duran fouls this one off, the same spot as last time.
It is the same sock style for the pitcher.
Oh, very true. Well, are those stirrup socks?
They look to be from here. It's tough to tell, but
I can't tell if his cleats are rising a little
think
bit.
when he turns, you'll see.
Ground ball, but Duran could beat this out. The third baseman, Quintana, picks it up and just beats Duran. Alan Liberdoni making the call over there at first base. So in the second, the YD Red Sox and the Wareham Gatemen, they both go down 1-2-3. Still a 0-0 ball game. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Continuing with our corporate sponsors, we also want to recognize and thank Franklin Sports, Advanced Embroidery, Cape Destinations, Robert B.R., Sullivan Tire, Vacation Inn Cape Cod Veterinary Specialists, Cape Cod Times, Kinlan Grover Real Estate, Next Radio, Yellow Book, TSA, Rawlings, Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce, Highline Cruises, Sports Picks, On Deck Sports, Barnstable Bat, Hyannis Area Chamber of Commerce, HP Hood, Sunderland Printing, and Axis Bats. And of course, thank you to Major League Baseball for over 50 years of support.
Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians, expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent-care.
Top of the third, it'll be Carter Ferris who leads off against Justin Montgomery for the Wareham Gatemen. And Montgomery's been pretty good so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been phenomenal all season. Strikes out the side in the second, and another guy who hasn't seen him yet right now.
Carter Ferris, the first pitch he takes is a strike on the outside corner. Ferris from the University of Alabama, Birmingham, the Blazers of UAB. 54 games as a sophomore, hit .305, and takes called strike 2. Man, Montgomery is really working early.
Yeah, and we talked about, familiarity and how the YD Red Sox might have some familiarity with Justin Montgomery. Carter Ferris is a guy that pinch hit late in that game last week, so he probably hasn't seen Montgomery.
Hits a high chopper to the shortstop. Kasser fields it on a quick hop, and the throw just beats Ferris. Wow, what a great play by Kyle Kasser.
Very athletic play. He's able to throw it while he's fielding it, and because of that, he beat Carter Ferris. If he hesitates at all to try to, gather himself on that play, he's not out. So, heads-up play by Kasser. He's been so good defensively all season. The left side of the infield for the Gatemen is just unbeatable.
Yeah. I have to correct myself, Sam. I said Ferris was from University of Alabama. I don't even know what I said.
You said Birmingham.
I think I just mixed together Birmingham, which is where he's actually from, Alabama, Birmingham. And I think the Central New York in me mixed it with Binghamton. I think that's just what happened, because Birmingham is not a place.
No, it is not. Home of the Binghamton Mets also.
No, they changed their name.
UAB football recently reinstated their program.
But Darren Trainer, he's in now. An interesting story. Goes to Lewis Clark State in Idaho. Spent his first 2 years in a small community college in California, where he played in 2015 as a freshman, but in 2016 got an elbow injury and had to undergo Tommy John surgery. He takes called strike 2. In 2017, he transferred from that community college to Lewis Clark State in Idaho, so he has no stats from 2017 for sitting out a year. Takes a ball outside.
It almost seems like Tommy John surgery is just getting more and more common as the years go on.
From position players, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I forget who it was, but someone recently in the MLB, a shortstop or a second baseman, is going through it. And
the Yankees prospect.
Yes.
Torres, I believe.
Yeah, it's a huge setback. I mean, but the recovery period and the physical therapy that you go through to recover from Tommy John surgery is just wild. And the fact that it's even a thing, and the fact that people are able to recover from that kind of reconstruction, it's pretty incredible medicine. And it's saved a lot of arms over the years.
Montgomery's payoff pitch is fouled off, so we'll do it again. Trainer, the 9th batter in this lineup, and then Horner will come up. So the top of the lineup will flip after this at-bat. You'd certainly like to get this 9-batter out. You definitely don't want to walk him.
Yeah, absolutely. An inexperienced guy in the CCBL right now. I believe this is his first at-bat this year. Is that correct?
Yes. Trainer fouls this one off as well. So Montgomery, he's really been worked for this at-bat. First time that we've seen a long sequence like this, especially when the Red Sox hitters, they're trying to get to Montgomery early, but it has not been working.
And that's when you have the hitters kind of fooled, is when they're swinging at the early pitches, but they're not, they're not connecting, because YD definitely has the confidence right now.
3-2 up high, and Trainer will walk on down to first. That is Montgomery's second walk today. The first was to Rivas. That didn't end up mattering that much because Alex McKenna was caught stealing at third. So now you put a guy on base for a guy like Nico Horner. Gatemen fans haven't seen much of him, but with Stanford was fantastic. Hit 307, home run, and 33 RBIs. All Pac-12 team, and then all Pac-12 defensive team.
Stanford, one of the more overlooked teams in the country this year, because Oregon State kind of stole the show in the Pac-12, and Stanford was just right there behind him. Only like 10 to 15 losses for the Cardinal this year.
Still got a national seed.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were fantastic. And Nico Horner was right in the heart of that lineup all season.
You got to wonder if Brett Canine comes in to pitch for the Gatemen tonight. He is on the schedule. Cal State Fullerton eliminated Stanford in Stanford's own regional, so maybe a little animosity there.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see. It's always cool to see the college baseball or college World Series matchups come back into play on the Cape whenever they do come up. Of course, we already mentioned Jaron Duran and Brett Canine.
I haven't seen them interact at all.
Oh,
I mean, maybe I'm just missing something.
I mean, it seems like the pitchers, they're kind of doing their own thing, but
yeah.
That, of course, Cal State, Fullerton, and Long Beach State played in the Super Regionals this year, and Fullerton came out on top.
That was my favorite Super Regional. Runner goes, a high chopper to the second baseman, Duran, who makes the throw on a first base, and a great stretch by Sable retires Nico Horner. But because of the hit and run, the runner does move to second base. So Trainer is in scoring position, and Isbell is up with 2 outs.
Well, that is the second time today that Nico Horner has been completely fooled by a Justin Montgomery breaking ball and has gotten on top of it and chopped it way up in the air. So he's not seeing Montgomery's pitches as well as he'd like to. second at-bat through the lineup.
Kyle Isbell, last spring as a freshman, was a Louisville Slugger freshman All-American, the Mountain West Co-Rookie of the Year, and an All-Mountain West second-teamer. Takes a ball outside. Hit .319 and stole 7 bases in 56 games as a freshman. His sophomore year really traded the batting average for power, adding 5 more home runs, but knocking off about 30 batting average points, going from .319 to .290. We see a lot of guys do that over the course of their career, sort of mature, decide, you know, do I want to hit for a little more power? Do I want to take the big swing at the expense of my batting average? It happens.
And very rarely can you find the great balance that very few hitters find.
Called strike. Willie McIver, I feel like, has definitely found that balance for the Gatemen. Hits for a little bit of power, can steal bases, can hit for average.
Oh, yeah, he's got it all, and great defensively as well. So, you know, McIver, the power is a bonus for him because most of the time he's driving in RBIs. Sometimes he'll get the home run, and that obviously feels great, and it's great for your team. But it's a bonus.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. That ends the inning. The YD Red Sox leave a runner in scoring position. That one brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exa Forest, and Bullard. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd. The Gatemen trying to strike first, and you're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
The 99 Restaurants has 9 real-size entrees for only $9.99. They're big, hearty portions you can count on all day, every day, like their hand-breaded crispy fish tacos with cilantro lime rice. The 99 Restaurants, proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Cape Cod employs more than 50 full-time employees and more than 25 seasonal. Every year, more than 15 college students get great experience and support their education by working at Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod. Reward yourself. Have a Coke.
The Fuller Family Foundation is proud to support the excellent sportsmanship and character of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Nick Angelini, Stephen Kwan, Tanner Dodson. They'll get the bottom of the 3rd started for the Wareham Gatemen. The Gatemen, they have no hits in this one, but they have had some base runners. They left 2 stranded back in the 1st. Stephen Kwan was gunned down at home by the pitcher, Hogan Harris.
Yeah, disappointing first inning to have that many runners in scoring position. They actually had 3 separate runners in scoring position in that inning.
Angelini, the only guy who hasn't batted today for either side. He steps in on the right. Bryant Bulldog, first team All-Northeastern Conference this spring. He pops this one up into foul territory. There might be a play for the catcher, and instead it'll bounce in with the fans. Seems like everyone's okay.
Yeah, it was straight up in the air, and it looked like none of the fans actually wanted to play it and try to catch it. They all just kind of cowered away from it, but I'm not gonna go further than that.
Angelini made the first team All-NEC both his freshman and sophomore years, which is very impressive. Was selected as the NEC Rookie of the Year as a freshman. Was also a Louisville Slugger freshman All-American. Hit .353 his freshman year. 9 stolen bases. That really upgraded this spring. 19 stolen bases for the Bulldogs this season.
Impressive stuff for Angelini out of the NEC, won by the Central Connecticut State Blue Devils this year.
Angelini only 1 stolen base on the season so far for the Gatemen. Hasn't had a ton of opportunities, despite his on-base percentage being around .286, only hitting .219. takes a ball inside, almost hits him, but gets his foot out of the way, and the count is full.
And Bryant had the best regular season record of any NEC team. They just were unable to close it out in the tournament, and of course in those small conferences, you got to win it.
Angelini pops this one up into shallow right field. Looks like the second baseman Horner will take it. He battles the sun and makes the play. So the Gatemen, they go 1 through 9 without getting a hit. Stephen Kwan, he's up now, and he worked one of the Gatemen's 2 walks. Update on our Twitter poll, mascot race is winning big at 53%. T-shirt toss, 50-50 raffle, and speed pitch are all behind on what is your favorite fan entertainment feature at a baseball game.
2 of them are free, 2 of them aren't.
Oh, that's true. Well, I mean, with the 50-50 raffle, there's some, you know, you gotta,
of course,
you gotta lose some to make some.
Absolutely. And the fast pitch or the speed pitch usually has some sort of reward, whether it be a hat.
Well, I mean, if you beat everybody else, it's sort of a pat on the back.
Also, as well, I would be very interested to see how it would fare in a speed pitch.
How about Stephen Kwan, 550 on the season? And he takes called strike 1. 550, 5 RBIs, 3 stolen bases. That on-base percentage is at .583 and has since increased since his last walk.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Stephen Kwan has just been so consistent and so good at finding holes. I'm sure he's looking over at that left side right now, notices that the third baseman, Quintana, is in on the grass and is aiming for an opposite field hit through the 5-6 hole.
Hitters count 3-1. Kwan takes a big swing and a miss. So we'll get another payoff pitch here. Hogan Harris has been good so far in his first start here at Spillane in 2017. Gatemen fans are familiar with him, though. Made 4 starts and 2 more relief appearances in the 2016 summer. Harris's mother, Tiffany, played softball at UL Lafayette, where Hogan Harris is a student athlete. She played from 92 to 95, was an All-American in 95. So a little baseball, softball pedigree.
And the Raging Cajun runs in the family out there in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Well, his grandfather, Joe, he played football at Auburn.
Wow.
So not multiple, just 2 generations back. Kwan drifts this one into left field. Running on, and Miller lets it drop in foul territory. So we'll get another full count pitch to Kwan, who, you know, on Kwan's first day here, Don Sneddon described him as a pest, a guy at the top of the lineup who can really get you in these kind of counts, can trick you with his speed, but also has a bit of power. He can do it all, and really making Harris work right now at the top of the lineup.
Yeah, Kwan's so good at working at bats. It really doesn't seem like he struck out at all this season. If he has, maybe once or twice. But when he has 2 strikes, he's just so good at fouling those pitches away.
Kwan hits this one towards left field, but under it is Miller. That will be the second out of the inning. Kwan has only struck out once. This is his 6th game for the Gatemen tonight. So here's Tanner Dodson, a guy who really doesn't strike out a lot either. His 8 RBIs on the season, hitting .426. Man, he's really been spectacular on the mound and especially at the plate.
Yeah, I expect more from Tanner Dodson in this game, as he's been just so good every single game. It seems like he's getting on base at least 1 time per game. He's in right today, so you won't be seeing him pitch.
We haven't seen Hogan Harris work out of the stretch since the first inning. Here he is in the windup. And he deals high to Dodson, the switch hitter. Him and Pompey, the switch hitters in this Gatemen lineup, both hitting on the right side tonight against Harris, a hard-throwing lefty. 6'3", 200 pounds. Deals outside check swing by Dodson, and it's a no-go call. Both of these teams, 0-0 right now, they both really like to score first. The Gatemen are 9-3 when they get the first run on the board. adversely, YD, they're only 8-6, so it doesn't matter as much to them. But for the Gatemen, when they get on the board, it really helps them.
Yeah, and usually when they get on the board first, they always have the good pitching behind them.
Mm-hmm. Dodson, swing and a miss, strike 2. Count is now full with 2 outs. Well, I mean, we've seen so often this season, the Gatemen, they get shutouts from their pitchers on days where really it's, they explode with the bats, too.
Yeah, Harwich and Katuitt, both games.
3-2. Dodson works himself a walk. We'd like to give a friendly Gatemen Baseball Network shout-out to Justin Montgomery's family on the West Coast who's watching and enjoying every minute of tonight's game. Thank you for sending us an email. We got that at pressbox@gatemen.org. Pressbox@gatemen.org. We'd love to hear your comments, questions, concerns.
The Gatemen Baseball Network extending all the way out to the West Coast. How about that? Great stuff.
Taking a strike, Kyle Kasser, who in the first inning walked and ended up stealing a base but was stranded on third to end the inning. Trying to change that. Tanner Dodson, certainly a candidate to steal a base.
I kind of get the sense that Kyle Kasser is the Mr. Fundamental of this team. So good defensively, pretty, just a solid hitter in the box, good at working counts, and he's not going to be a flashy guy out there in the infield or at the plate, but
Dodson is checked again. Yeah, Kasser, 986 fielding percentage his sophomore year, upgrades to a 994 percentage his junior year. This pickoff throw gets through the first baseman, Rivas, and Dodson will take second. Wild pickoff there. Dodson moves into scoring position. Good news for the Gatemen and Kyle Kasser. This team in stolen bases, very interesting story. The Gatemen came into this game with their catchers, the 3 catchers, Anchia, Sable, and McIver, leading the team with 15 total stolen bases. And the rest of the team, the not catchers, the infielders and outfielders, 14. Kasser hits a ground ball that's foul. That is since evened up because Kwan and Kasser stole a base each, and McIver also has a stolen base today.
That's just nuts.
Yeah,
it's bizarre. I mean, you never see that any level usually, but look at that. The catchers coming to run for the Gatemen. Always good to have extra speed around the bases. Whenever you can steal second base and get into scoring position, you're giving the guys behind you a huge boost. And, we talk about errors. That error from the pitcher, Hogan Harris, just now on the pickoff attempt. Falmouth had 4 errors yesterday, and the Gatemen were unable to win that game. Most times, in games, the team that plays better defense in a close game will usually come out on top.
Kasser takes called strike 3. He's sent back to the dugout, and so is Tanner Dodson. Gatemen get a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Fail to send him across. After 3, it's still 0-0. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
The Fuller Family Foundation is proud to support the excellent sportsmanship and character of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
The Wareham Gatemen and the visiting team, the Cape Cod Baseball League, and the NCAA promote good sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators. We request your cooperation and positive support of the participants and officials. Profanity, racial or sexist comments, or other intimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from this ballpark.
Bottom of the third. Top of the fourth, rather. A little behind, I guess. But Justin Montgomery and Hogan Harris, they've been putting on a show tonight. Each of them ended the third inning with a strikeout. Montgomery has 4 on the day. Harris has 2. But either way, this game is scoreless after 3 innings, something each of these teams will try to change here in the second inning, in the fourth inning.
Yeah, I mean, obviously trying to score some runs. It's going to be tough. Both these pitchers, Hogan Harris and Justin Montgomery, look locked in right now. And Montgomery, you expect him to have another good one right here.
He deals high on the first pitch to Alex McKenna. Both of these guys around 200 pounds. McKenna is 6'2", and Montgomery a towering 6'5", wearing 35 in white. Forces a swing and miss on that great curveball. Well, we've seen Montgomery deal to different catchers. Anchia, McIver, not Sable. Sable's only had 1 catching appearance, but either way, he's been really good.
And the catchers have been good, too.
Yeah.
I mean, Jake Anchia and Willie McIver both been defensively very impressive, and that's probably one of the biggest things that they were coming here to work on is defensive ability behind the plate. Obviously, such a hard position to play.
McKenna pops this one foul.
So, you know, a lot of Gatemen fans should be rooting for the Brewster Whitecaps today because they're taking on the Falmouth Commodores. And Brewster scored in the first inning. They're up 1-0 on a Julian Infante single.
Alex McKenna hits this one to deep right field. Chasing it is Dodson. He lets it hit the wall. Throwing it in now. And McKenna will stand on in at second base just in time. So Alex McKenna, he's been up twice, and he has 2 doubles. Both to right field.
Yeah, he's been the guy for the YD lineup today. And he just needs to get rest of these guys behind him to help him out a little bit. Had a double in the first, but then he was kind of caught sleeping around between second and third, and unfortunately ended it for himself. So I'm sure he's going to be a smarter base runner this time around. Maybe give the guys behind him a better chance to drive him in.
Well, here's the cleanup guy, Alfonso Rivas, who worked a walk last time. Montgomery out of the stretch for the first time since the third inning. As he steps off now, looks over at McKenna. McKenna, 6 stolen bases on the season. Has a lot of speed in that 3 spot. With a lefty batter now. Might not see him try to take third. Check swing, dangerous foul ball like a pinball. Over near the Wareham fan area.
Right off the protective glass on Wareham Middle School. What an investment. I mean, without that, what would you have at Wareham Middle School? It would look like a...
Well, you would either go with broken windows or no windows at all. It would look more like a brick dungeon. So Montgomery dealing to the lefty, and he gets a ground ball. Kasser will flip it to third. The tag is in time. The throw looked a little high, and Metz just gets the tag down. And Kyle Kasser decides to go after the lead runner. Great decision.
And once again, poor base running by Alex McKenna. He saw it back in the first, and his third base coach just looked at him like, what are you doing? Ground ball to the left side. It's fundamental that you go back to the second base before or lean towards second base and then wait to go until, if you have a play to go, wait until after it's already been thrown on to first. So, you know, not good base running there from McKenna, and now the runner moves from scoring position to first base.
Rivas reaches on a fielder's choice, and this will be a line drive straight to Tanner Dodson, who fields it, throws it on a second, not in time to beat Rivas. So 2 hits in this inning given up by Justin Montgomery. And Alex McKenna, by the way, you just mentioned it, Sam. That was the second time this game that he's been gunned down at third base. The first time by McIver, the second time by Kyle Kasser.
And you never know. He might have just scored on that single. Had he
sure.
been at second base, or, I mean, he probably would be on second base. He probably wouldn't have gotten to third with that ground ball to the left side, but he might have had a chance to score. And different story now.
Well, you don't want to test the arm of Tanner Dodson. That is something we learned last night when the Falmouth Commodores, they could have won it in the 10th inning. And instead, Dodson nails a runner at home to continue the game on a sac fly attempt.
Yeah, and Trevor Larnack at third base was definitely going to go no matter what. Given the situation, a chance to win the game.
Just end the game at that point,
right?
Yeah,
in the 10th inning, chance to win the game in a 9-9 tie. And he was going to go no matter what. It was a pretty shallow fly ball, but a gunned throw by Tanner Dodson to beat him. And a good tag by the catcher, Anchia, yesterday to keep that game going into the 11th and 12th and eventually in a tie game.
So Coach Lawler just comes out, has a chat with Montgomery. See some action in the bullpen, but we've seen Montgomery go 5 strong plenty this season.
Yeah, it seems like it's the standard for him, and he hasn't given up a run yet this season. Now a guy in scoring position, a chance to change that for the YD Red Sox.
Montgomery deals. This one's down low to Christian Koss. His last time up, struck out. He'll be a sophomore next year at UC Irvine. Played his summer ball last year collegiately, despite not being enrolled at UC Irvine yet. Played in the West Coast League for the Yakima Valley Pippins. Interesting names in that West Coast Collegiate League.
Yes.
Plenty of Gatemen have played for the Walla Walla Sweets. Fly ball into shallow center field. Coming on and making the play is Quan, and the runners will hold where they are.
What the bleep is a Pippin?
I don't know. I have to correct myself. That's Angelini in center field, not Stephen Quan. Either way, it's the second out of the inning.
I have never heard of that team, and I don't know what a Pippin is. I'm going to look that up right now.
Well, if you're thinking of Pippin the musical, it's not spelt the same way. Pippins for Yakima Valley is spelt Pippins. I believe Pippin the musical is Pippien.
Wow. You are never going to believe what it's named for, Connor. It's named after a type of apple.
The Yakima Valley, known for its apples, I guess.
And the great logo, too, of apple with a smiling face.
We've discovered a lot of great mascots and team names tonight. We're only through 3.5 innings.
Yeah, well, maybe more to come. I wonder what Nick Quintana has in his past.
Now, you're only playing for the very normal Arizona Wildcats.
Great logo down there in Arizona, though, and Nick Quintana, a great hitter.
Swings and misses on this one. Did play for the 18U USA national team, won a gold medal with them. I guess their mascot would just be a bald eagle. Not that the national teams have a mascot, but that'd be pretty cool.
Yes.
You saw a bald eagle wearing a Team USA jersey. Either way, critical situation for Montgomery here. The 11-10-1 YD Red Sox and the 10-11-1 Wareham Gatemen. Quintana just swings at strike 2. Montgomery just a pitch away from getting out of all this trouble. Runner on second is Rivas. Runner on first is Miller. How will Montgomery retire Nick Quintana? He takes a sign from Willie McIver. These guys, they call their own games. Montgomery deals. Called strike 3. That will do. The top of the 4th inning. Montgomery leaves 2 runners stranded, and this game is still scoreless. That strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exafaris, and Bullard. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com, or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Red Shirt Fridays is a national program created to acknowledge, honor, and support our troops who put themselves in harm's way to defend our freedom. In support of this program, the Cape League teams will be wearing a specially designed red jersey every Friday. This special weekly celebration of Red Shirt Fridays is sponsored by 47 Brand, HP Hood, Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority, Advanced Embroidery, and the Cape League. Support our troops and join us by wearing red each Friday.
Part of this Gatemen order is up for the bottom of the fourth inning. Willie McIver, Tristan Pompey, Blake Sable. And this is a dangerous part of the order, a game where the Gatemen, they haven't been scored against, they haven't scored themselves. And we believe Justin Montgomery's night on the mound is done. He's walking over to the bullpen now with his sweatshirt. He goes 4 scoreless, only gives up 3 hits, strands 4 runners on base. Good night for him.
If that's the case, his ERA remains at 0.00, so certainly the job was done for Justin Montgomery. Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you don't give up any runs, it's been a productive day, especially against a YD lineup that's really good.
Mason Fioli in the bullpen for the Gatemen. Willie McIver cuts on the first pitch he sees from Hogan Harris and fouls it off. And here's a pop-up, shallow infield. Second baseman Horner calling for it emphatically and makes the catch. 1 gone.
Yeah, Hogan Harris just looks to be settled in on the mound here at Spillane. Having a lot of trouble are the Gatemen hitters right now. Tristan Pompey struck out swinging. He's trying to recover from that right now, and I'd like to see him show off some of that power in a 0-0 game where it looks like runs are at a premium.
Pompey takes a ball inside.
Yeah, and I mean two other interdivision games going on right now. Harwich and Katuitt. Gatemen fans should be rooting for the Mariners in that one, and the Mariners trailing 2-1. They've really been struggling to score runs. So Katuitt's up 2-1. It was a error by Katuitt's shortstop that allowed Chandler Avant out of Alabama to come around and score and give them the lead in that game.
Foul ball.
And in a all-Western Division game today, Bourne Braves and Hyannis Harbor Hawks. It was just an RBI single just now as we speak by Ford Proctor to tie that game at 1. So Hyannis trying to climb back.
Those unrelated Proctors, Ford and Chris for the Harbor Hawks, they've been a bright spot for those teams, that team.
Yeah, especially Ford. Ford Proctor has been really good. He's hitting .246, but he's just been one of the more consistent guys in that lineup. Now providing some stuff from the bottom half of that Hyannis Harbor Hawks lineup. You know, we played the Harbor Hawks quite a bit at the beginning of the season. I haven't seen them in a while. Kind of missed those matchups with the West Division Harbor Hawks at McKeon Park or here at Spillane.
Pompey hits this one into right field. Under it the whole way is McKenna. And he makes the catch.
You know, Pompey, being a pull hitter, didn't do what he wanted to do with that ball. Drove it out opposite field, got under it a little bit. Hogan Harris getting a lot of guys to get under, a lot of pop-outs, a lot of fly-outs high up in the air today for the Gatemen. That is the 4th fly-out to the outfield, and in addition to 2 infield fly-outs as well already in this game.
Despite the Gatemen threatening several times with runners in scoring positions, Wareham still does not have a hit today. Blake Sable with 2 outs trying to change that. The Gatemen do have 3 walks, though, on the night. Came the closest that a team has in this game to scoring a run back in the first inning.
Yeah, both teams have had chances to score. It's just been the pitching has prevailed, kind of, and they have, without a hit, you wanted to take advantage of that first inning, but right now Hogan Harris certainly looks like he's settled in.
Sable, one of the 4 lefty batters Harris has faced tonight, and he's been good against them. Getting Duran to retire. Kyle Kasser's 0 for 1. Stephen Kwan 0 for 1. Blake Sable is 0 for 1 as well. Now he'll have a 1-2. Harris just a pitch away from working a very quick inning once again. And Sable swings and misses at a high pitch for strike 3. So after 4 innings, we're still scoreless here at Spillane. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and software development. Online at www.curry.edu. It's back. The 2017 Friendlies Cape League All-Star Game will be played at Spillane Field, home of the Wareham Gatemen. Mark the date on your calendar, Saturday, July 22nd. Game time is 6 p.m., but the gates open at 2 p.m. One highlight will be the home run hitting contest. There will also be an autograph session and a large merchandise village with items from many of the teams. Be sure to buy your tickets now right here at the merchandise stand. Tickets are just $5, and part of the proceeds will support our Wareham Gatemen.
Justin Montgomery's night is done for the Wareham Gatemen. 4 innings pitched, only gave up 3 hits, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Man, he was really impressive tonight. Despite getting himself into a bit of trouble in the first and the 4th inning, he had a successful night, keeping his 0.00 ERA.
Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder how long it can go for Justin Montgomery. You rarely see guys go this deep into seasons with that kind of ERA at 0, and it just seems like he's playing his game, and he's, forcing hitters to, adapt their game to his, and that's been a key for him this season. And he just come here from a D2 school, and playing his game, and working with Coach Lawler, and it's really just clicked for him all season, and it did once again today.
If you recall, in his very first game, it was against the Harwich Mariners. He only went 3 innings in that start. He loaded the bases twice with nobody out and had no runs scored against him. So he hasn't been absolutely perfect, but when he really is mentally headstrong.
Yeah, he's been really good. Yeah, he did load the bases twice in that game and was able to get out of it. He's just been good in tough situations like he has been today.
Well, here's the opening day starter for the Gatemen. It's Mason Fioli out of UConn. Had a really good first season, led the UConn Huskies in wins by a pitcher.
And his changeup is what he really needs to rely on today.
And that big leg kick, he gets a foul ball out of Carter Ferris.
Courtesy of attorney Glenn Hannington and his daughter Tevins.
Haven't seen any action in the YD bullpen yet. .59 pitches was the total on Montgomery, and Mason Fioli gets himself a strikeout right here of Carter Ferris. That one brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exafaris, and Bullard. 6th strikeout of the night for these Gatemen pitchers.
Yeah, good start for Fioli. You've seen him get off to some rocky beginnings in his previous outings, and he wants to come in here and get himself on the right foot. You don't want to put yourself in a jam and then work out of it.
Opening day against the YD Red Sox, only pitched 2 innings, gave up 3 runs, 4 hits, and 3 walks. He has since improved. Fioli on the season a 6.75 ERA. He gets Darren Trainer to foul one off. So just like Montgomery, getting ahead in the count early, 0-2 in his favor.
Yeah, now I think he's going to try, placing a slider or a changeup outside the zone and see what happens. I mean, that was a fastball, that last one that was fouled away, and now he's in the driver's seat at 0-2. So important to get ahead in the count.
That big leg kick, and he gives a big fly ball from Trainer's bat straight to Dodson, and that will be the second out of this top of the 5th.
The second baseman, number 4, Nico Horner from Stanford.
And here comes Horner, your player to watch for the YD Red Sox. He might be 0-2, but he's had some good at-bats, and we certainly know what he's capable of.
Yeah, now a new pitcher on the mound. A left-handed pitcher on that, and obviously the righty batter has a little bit of an advantage, so.
Fioli deals, called strike one. So the Gatemen, they started with the righty, now they go with the lefty. See how that changes things, but Horner hits a fly ball into right center. Angelini calls for it, tracks back and makes the play. That'll be the third out. 1-2-3 for Mason Fioli. The Gatemen looking to strike first in the bottom of the fifth. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. We are proud supporters of the CCBBL as well as many other wonderful Cape Cod organizations that serve our community. Did you know that Baseball Factory has partnered with the Cape League for the past 17 seasons? Baseball Factory is your resource for top-notch baseball training. With over 600 events nationwide for players age 8 to 18 and over 100,000 college success stories, you too can build your way to greatness with Baseball Factory. Visit baseballfactory.com to learn more. Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
So the Gatemen might have changed their pitcher for the fifth, but the YD Red Sox, they choose not to. You hear the t-shirt toss going on over there. That's what all that screaming's about. Gatemen newly instated activity that right now in our Twitter poll has gotten 25% of the vote. You can vote for your favorite fan entertainment feature at a baseball game on our Wareham Gatemen Twitter poll. 50-50 raffle, t-shirt toss, speed pitch, very far in last place, and the mascot race, well ahead. Robbie Metz, he stands in right now for the Gatemen. 7, 8, 9 coming up, but there's certainly no slouches there at the bottom of the lineup. We've seen what Metz, Duran, and Angelini can do. They can beat you with a mix of power and speed. Metz hits this one high in the air into shallow center field. Koss, the shortstop, called off at the last second by his center fielder, Isbell, and Isbell will make the catch. Looked like Koss was under that for a very long time. Did a good job reacting to his center fielder, got out of the way immediately.
Yeah, he really wanted to make that play, and then last second made the right decision and just dove out of the way of his center fielder, Isbell, and
looked a little more dramatic than it might have had to be.
Yes, but once again, Hogan Harris getting guys to get under the pitches that he's throwing.
Hogan Harris out here for his 5th inning of work against his former team. Played here at Spillane in 2016 for the Gatemen. He and I shared the same host family.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a great host family to have.
For a little while, he stayed with the Chaplains in Mattapoisett. We've had Mary Chaplin on the broadcast before, the director of housing, talking about her experiences. That was like in the first week. Jaron Duran, he's up here. Battle of stirrup socks. Duran just fouls this one off, so we'll do the 1 and 2 again. Angelini on deck. We haven't really seen Angelini since the Catuit game where he had a 3-run homer.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise there from Nick Angelini, going opposite field at Lowell Park.
3-2 count, yeah.
Granted, the wind was working quite in his favor, but it was still a jack out to right, and a 3-run jack, nonetheless, always more productive.
1-2, Duran continues to fight, really just fouling away. Good pitches by Harris, continuing to get his pitch count up.
Yeah, it seems like Gatemen hitters are fouling a lot of pitches away on Hogan Harris. They haven't really made good contact. That's why they're hitless in this game. I've been really impressed with the arm of Hogan Harris today out of the Ragin' Cajuns, UL Lafayette.
Duran takes a ball on the outside corner and will continue this at-bat. The Long Beach State product hitting .239 on the season, has a .314 on-base percentage, and it's when he gets on base he can really do damage with his legs.
Yeah, he scores runs, and that's such a key trait to have if you're a hitter, is to be able to not only get on base but to come around and score, and he's able to steal second almost guaranteed every time he tries. I believe he's only been caught once this season.
He takes high, and now with his eyes, forces a full count against Harris. Duran stole 13 bags his freshman year, was named to the all-tournament team at the Coral Gables Regional his freshman year, and stole 19 bags this past spring his sophomore year, but he strikes out here. And Duran is retired for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, Coral Gables is rather used to hosting regionals almost every season, but a tough one for Miami this year. They were on the bubble and just barely got in.
Well, it was really conference tournament week that did them in. So many stolen bids by Iowa, Oklahoma State. List goes sort of on in the lower conferences.
And Miami bounced early in that ACC tournament for sure, a little bit earlier than they would have liked and would have been expected to go.
Nick Angelini, the Bryant Bulldog. Interesting format in the ACC tournament this year for baseball, where teams played in pool play and then they were matched up based on how they did in their pools. I liked it, but it was different. But it might not have been the best way to pick a conference champion.
Yeah, it was very interesting, and it allowed for a team like Florida State to just, run through the
8th best team in the conference, if I remember correctly. Yep.
Yeah, and they were able to beat one of the top teams in the conference, North Carolina.
Speaking of 8, that's what Nick Angelini wears on his back, and he takes a called strike.
Yeah, the pool plays were pretty interesting. It was, you match up the 1, the 8, the 12 seed in the first pool, 2, 7, 11, and then so on. Pretty interesting determination.
But only one team came out of each pool, and then they played each other in like a semifinal. No ACC guys in the lineup tonight for the Gatemen. Really sort of SEC and Pac-12 heavy squad. And Nick Angelini gets a ground ball to Koss, who makes the play for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Gatemen go 1, 2, 3 in both the 4th and the 5th. This game is still scoreless. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
All-Star Game Weekend starts with a celebrity softball game on July 21st at McKeon Park in Hyannis. Come watch Jason Veritek, Bill Lee, Nancy Kerrigan, Scott Zolak, and other celebrities play ball in support of the Cape Cod Baseball League and Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital of Cape Cod. Gates open at 4 p.m. For more information and to buy tickets, go to allstarcapecod.org. That's allstarcapecod.org.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Cape Cod employs more than 50 full-time employees and more than 25 seasonal. Every year, more than 15 college students get great experience and support their education by working at Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod. Reward yourself. Have a Coke.
Mason Fioli's back on for his 2nd inning of work. He's got a great defense behind him. Quan, Angelini, Dodson in the outfield. Metz, Kasser, Duran, and Sable in the infield. Willie McIver doing the catching tonight. Fioli just came in the 5th in replacement of Justin Montgomery. Forced a 1-2-3 inning. That's what you like to see out of the UConn lefty.
Yeah, especially he struggled in a few of his outings this seaseason, so it's good to see him get a 1-2-3 coming right in.
Bunt to the left-hand side. Metz picks it up, throws, and it's not going to beat Kyle Isbell. It's a bunt base hit for number 2, batting in the 2 spot tonight.
Perfectly placed bunt for Isbell, and by the time Metz was in He was down at first base. He was flying down the line there. And that's why he's a center fielder, I guess.
Well, here's Alex McKenna, and you want to talk about all the opposite fielding success that the Gatemen have had. He's been great tonight, having 2 doubles to right field, slapping extra base hits the opposite way in the first and the fourth against Montgomery. Faces Fioli for the first time. Isbell runs, and he's going to slide in safely. That ball just got away from McIver.
Yeah, and a good play by Jaron Duran at second base to pick that ball out of the gravel infield after McIver's throw was a little bit wide and low.
So with no outs, McKenna has a runner in scoring position. On deck, Alfonso Rivas, 0 for 1 today. Fioli sets out of the stretch for the first time this evening. Deals and gets a swinging strike on an off-speed pitch of McKenna. We talked about all the Gatemen who played for the Walla Walla Sweets. Baird, Duran, McIver. Alex McKenna has as well in 2015. Played 23 games. Hit 242, 7 RBIs, and a homer.
So he played the year before Baird and McIver, I believe.
No, McIver was there in 2015. Baird and Duran for 2016.
Just look at that. Former teammates now in the Cape Cod League.
Well, one's at the plate right now and one's catching.
Yeah, and they played in a lot different environment than here in the Cape League. Walla Walla out in eastern Washington.
Well, that West Coast League also known for bringing in guys that haven't played a year of college baseball yet, but are about to, so just finishing high school grads. Mason Fioli is another guy who played collegiate summer baseball before he reached UConn. Played for the Worcester Bravehearts of the Futures League. Futures League does not take a lot of guys that come in before college. So that shows you Fioli's talent. McKenna shows bunt, pulls it back, but gets a called strike. And now this counts 2-2. That most likely takes the bunt away for 2-3 in red. McKenna.
We've seen some Futures League. We've seen a Futures League team here at Spillane Field for a preseason game. It was the Brockton Rocks that came and visited Spillane.
There were supposed to be more. The Pittsfield Sun and the Seacoast Mavericks, they both got rained out in early June.
Seacoast all the way up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
So is Seacoast a place, or is that a region?
I think it's just it's Portsmouth's like one of the only towns in New Hampshire that's actually on the coast, so I think it's just saying it's on the seacoast because, it's one of the only beaches in New Hampshire. The Mavericks, interesting name for a team in New Hampshire for sure.
Fioli kicks and fires, trying to get a backdoor slider in there, but it doesn't work. Fioli, before his freshman year, when he was with the Bravehearts of the FCBL, a 1.66 ERA through 5 starts. I mean, that's really impressive. You're playing guys who have already played their college baseball. In the Futures League, no slouches over there.
Absolutely. And an ERA under 2 for Mason Fioli, really showing off what he can do. Lefty pitcher.
But Fioli throws a walk here to McKenna. He was up in the count, then let it get away from him. So runners on first and second, no outs. And this is why you have your cleanup hitter hitting in the spot that he does. Rivas with 2 runners in scoring position, nobody outs. Good spot for YD possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. This is probably one of the best chances they've had today. They had a few chances. They had 3 different base runners back in the 4th. Had a runner in scoring position in the 1st inning as well, and another one in the 3rd. So now Fioli getting some coaching from Willie McIver here as to what to do to this cleanup guy. Rivas, a good hitter. Wasn't in the lineup in that last week game against the Gatemen. Came in as a pinch hitter, I believe. I believe YD unloaded the bench at the end of that game.
Yeah, they did, yep.
And I think Rivas came in and maybe was able to get a hit.
Fioli, the UConn Husky. We just talked about Miami getting gypped out of a tournament bid. UConn could certainly say the same. I mean, their resume was very good out of the American Athletic Conference. Struggled a bit at the early going, but got it together towards the end of the spring. They were also in that first 4 out category, according to the NCAA tournament committee, just like Miami was.
Yeah, UConn was really a lot of people thought UConn should have gotten in, especially UConn of those bubble teams.
Right.
They were probably the ones that
well, I was very surprised when they weren't given a bid to the tournament.
I think what they looked at, the tournament schedule or the tournament committee looked at was, their overall record of 33-25. Kind of could have been better, and out of conference schedule, of course, so important. And there just wasn't that much out of conference challenges for UConn when I look down their schedule here. Some decent teams, of course. East Carolina, a good that's
in their conference.
That's the American Athletic. But before that,
well, East Carolina was a team that was projected to do very well in the AAC. They were a preseason top 20 team, completely fell out of contention. So the AAC didn't do as well as they were expected to.
And that might have hurt UConn in the end, was because the AAC was, not as good as people thought they were. And that's a knock on UConn of sorts. And for a team that was only 14-10 in conference, it's pretty tough for the committee to put them in.
Well, you also have Houston, who led the conference most of the year, and they got to host a regional, probably like the 15th or 16th team selected. And then you had USF, who had a good year.
Yeah, USF, of course. Of course, a former Gateman, Garrett Seck, down in South Florida. And
named South Florida, but campus near Tampa Bay. Rivas swings and fouls this one off, so the count is full. Fioli, one good pitch away from striking out Rivas for the first out of the inning. One missed pitch away from loading the bases with nobody out.
Yeah, big spot for Mason Fioli right here. This is a turning point in this game, especially when you have a guy. You don't know how much longer Hogan Harris is going to go, but he's been settled in for a long time now in this game, and whoever scores first in this game is really in the driver's seat here in the 6th inning.
So we'll do the 3-2 again, foul ball.
And it was Houston that eliminated UConn in that AAC tournament in double elimination two times.
Both times, wow.
Yeah.
Just 2 days apart.
In the final game, it was tough for them. 13-3, a loss to the Houston Cougars that ended UConn's season. Of course, they didn't know it was going to be over at that point.
Fly ball to deep center. Angelini going back. The runner will tag. And moving to third easily is Kyle Isbell, showing off the wheels right there. McKenna forced to hold up at second. So Rivas does move the runner over to third base. Now we'll see how the Gatemen play this. Luke Miller is up. He's 1 for 2 today. Runners on the corners, 1 out.
In that final game of the season for UConn, you saw Mason Fioli get the start. And you saw Sam Nepiarski, another former Gateman, a former roommate of yours by your host family. He came in relief. And unfortunately, the really good Houston Cougars lineup got a hold of that team.
I mean, but that was only Fioli's 4th loss of the season. 7 wins for UConn, leading the team. I don't care, what team you're playing for, at what level. Leading the team as a freshman, it's a great accomplishment.
And pitching in the Cape Cod Baseball League is a great accomplishment after your freshman year. Not a lot of guys.
Yeah, one of the younger Gatemen for sure.
Not a lot of guys coming in here after their freshman year for the Gatemen and for the rest of the Cape Cod League.
Fioli forces a foul ball from Luke Miller, who, like most Cape League players, will be a junior next year at his respective school for Indiana. Played 2 games in 2016 for the YD Red Sox, did Miller. He went 0 for 3 with 1 strikeout. This season a little different for Miller, though. Comes into this game hitting .327, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. Takes a big cut and a miss right there. Now Fioli's ahead 0-2. He certainly has the stuff. When he's in the driver's seat with this count, can be lethal.
Yeah, and a strikeout here will be huge right now. A fly ball likely scores that speedy Kyle Isbell from third, so he's trying to keep this ball in the infield as much as he can.
Well, the infield right now is at double play depth. Miller does have some speed, 4 stolen bases on the summer. The middle infield is back at double play depth. Ground ball, this could be two. Kasser goes to second, Duran on to first. It's not in time. The first run of this game will score. Kyle Isbell touches the plate, and it's an RBI for Luke Miller on the fielder's choice.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got the ground ball you want. It just wasn't the kind of ground ball that you wanted. It was high in the air. It took that huge hop about 15 feet in the air, and then having to wait for it was Kyle Kasser, and he was able to get the lead runner at second. Was unable to get that double play with Luke Miller running as hard as he can, trying to get that run across.
We've been waiting for that first run, and it finally comes here in the top of the sixth for the YD Red Sox. Fioli steps off, fakes the pickoff throw. Koss is 0 for 2 today. Fioli trying to get the last out of this inning.
You know, Connor, you're lucky that Connor Kaiser isn't in the game today, because I remember last time having to deal with the shortstops, Kyle Kasser and Connor Kaiser, was pretty interesting.
Screwed him up a couple times. Ball in the dirt. McIver throws to second. The tag is applied. Fancy footwork from the runner Luke Miller, but it doesn't work, and another caught stealing for the catcher Willie McIver. But not before the YD Red Sox put a run on the board. They lead 1-0. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Did you know that Baseball Factory has partnered with the Cape League for the past 17 seasons? Baseball Factory is your resource for top-notch baseball training. With over 600 events nationwide for players age 8 to 18 and over 100,000 college success stories, you too can build your way to greatness with Baseball Factory. Visit baseballfactory.com to learn more. Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. To learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more, visit curry.edu.
The 99 Restaurants has 9 real-size entrees for only $9.99. They're big, hearty portions you can count on all day, every day, like their hand-breaded crispy fish tacos with cilantro lime rice. The 99 Restaurants, proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Well, Hogan Harris's no-hitter is cut short by Scott Pickler and the YD coaches. The new pitcher here in the bottom of the sixth for the YD Red Sox is Nick Gallagher, the Binghamton University product. And I accidentally said Binghamton before, or some version of Binghamton, but now I'm correct.
Yeah, Gallagher really good this year at Binghamton, 8-3 with a 2.68 ERA, and commands his fastball and tries to get guys to really swing and miss with his secondary offerings and that breaking ball.
Gallagher deals. This one's high. Gallagher comes into this game with a 4.91 ERA and 2 relief appearances. The first righty the Gatemen lineup will see tonight, and that will certainly service some of their lefty hitters. Kwan, who's up to bat now, Kasser, Sable, and Duran will all be helped by that move to the bullpen. This ball's inside to Kwan, who's already worked a walk in this game, and now he's got a 3-0 advantage. Still awaiting the first strike from Gallagher.
I believe Nick Gallagher is transferring to Binghamton next year from the University of Iowa, as it appears.
Kwan takes the first strike.
Unless there are two different Nick Gallaghers. This is
That's probably the case. Kwan, blooper to the shortstop, Koss. That'll be the first out of this 6th inning. So Tanner Dodson's up now. He is 0 for 1 today. Had a walk and moved himself over to second on an error on the pitcher.
And if one of these guys is going to get it, kind of knock this game open for Wareham, try to get a hit, it's going to be one of these guys at the top of the order, Dodson, McIver, Kasser. You know, they're all eager to try to get something going for their team right now. Hasn't been anything. No hits for the Gatemen thus far. Rare you see that with the talent in the lineups, but the pitching has been so good for YD.
Dodson hits this one into center field. Under it is Bell, and he makes the play. 2 quick outs. Still waiting on that first hit for the Gatemen tonight.
And you think that a new pitcher might, you know, help them out. They really struggled against Hogan Harris, and now a new guy comes in. See if the approach can, you know, get to the new pitcher in Gallagher. But as of now, the hitting is just, they're getting under a lot of balls. There's a lot of pop-outs and fly-outs today. Right to the center fielders and to the left fielder and right fielder as well.
So here's Kasser. He takes a called strike and faces a righty for the first time tonight. Had a walk and stole a base and a strikeout against Hogan Harris through the first 5 innings. That's here now in the 6th with the 2 outs. And the Gatemen, you know, once there's 2 outs in an inning, they're certainly not out of it. They can find their way to put together 2-out rallies. Kasser hits this one to the left side. Miller chasing it. It just lands foul, according to third base umpire Stephen Durrance. Willie McIver on deck. He almost had an RBI back in the 1st inning, but a better play was made by Hogan Harris, throwing out Stephen Kwan at home.
So I was looking at the wrong Nick Gallagher earlier.
Okay.
I apologize, and it was a little bit of a mix-up in the stats and now updated stats, 4-3 with a 6.53 this year for the Binghamton Bearcats for this guy Nick Gallagher.
Kasser hits a line shot straight to the third baseman Quintana, and that will end the 6th inning. The Gatemen, they're down 1-0. They've got 9 outs left to work with, but first YD will take some hacks in the 7th. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
The Cape Cod Baseball League is all about family, and it's all about fun. Friendly's is all about family and fun and is proud to sponsor the 2017 baseball season. Friendly's, life with extra sprinkles.
Baseball Factory, a proud partner of the Cape League since 1991, holds over 600 events nationwide for players ages 8 through 18, including 3 training weeks here in the Cape. Baseball Factory alumni have played on every Division I college program across the nation, plus 400 have made it to the majors. Visit baseballfactory.com to learn how you can build your way to greatness.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at www.curry.edu.
New pitcher for the Gatemen here in the top of the 7th. It's Noah Zavalis. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network. And we'd like to remind you that you can contact us anytime by emailing pressbox@gatemen.org. Feel free to send us your questions, comments, or concerns. We'll make sure to address them as soon as possible. And make sure you're keeping up with Gatemen action 24/7 by following the Wareham Gatemen on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoundCloud. Connor Federico, Sam Corman here with you tonight. And back in the top of the 6th, the YD Red Sox finally put a run on this scoreboard. It's 1-0.
Yeah, in a big spot for Noah Zavalis to come in to try to keep it that way. You don't want to let YD extend this lead. And Noah Zavalis, you can't really ask for much more out of him, what he's done this season. Disregard everything he's done at Harvard because it's been like almost a fresh start for him here with the Gatemen. He's been so good. And that pitch that right there has been the key for him. That fastball on the outside corner that he throws so well. It kind of has some two-seam action coming back in.
So Mason Fioli's night is done. He goes 2 strong innings, 1 hit, 1 earned run, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. You know, it's really funny, Sam. We haven't seen the Gatemen get a hit tonight off either of the YD pitchers. Following a night, they put up 18.
Yeah, you like to maybe spread those out among the games, although if they didn't put up 18 hits yesterday, they probably would have lost. But
well, the 4 errors helped from Falmouth.
Absolutely, it certainly did. And YD playing better defense, but, you know.
Zavalis, line shot in the center. Diving and not making the play is Angelini. Thankfully, though, Tanner Dodson there to back it up, and it'll only be a single for Koss. But it does lead off the inning against Zavalis.
Yeah, good job. Good piece of hitting by Christian Koss. Straight into center field, and a nice job by Tanner Dodson doing his job to back up Nick Angelini. But yeah, 18 hits for the Gatemen yesterday. Just, you know, polar opposites today. I mean, the pitching for... It's not like the pitchers were any slouches on the Falmouth Commodores yesterday. Tyler Blom out of Maryland, the starter, really good pitcher. You had, you know, Mitchell Miller, had a Clemson coming in there, a really good player. Ryan Zefferjan, the Kansas pitcher, came in, and, you know, he's one of the top guys in that entire Falmouth roster. So it wasn't like the Gatemen were facing bad pitchers yesterday. It was just the hitting was, you know, all over the place.
Nick Quintana is out of the game for YD. He's replaced by Drew Mendoza, a highly touted prospect out of Florida State. He faces Zavalis here working out of the stretch. The pitch is swung on and missed. McIver snap, throw back to first, and the tag from Sable is late. Drew Mendoza only coming into this game with a 174 batting average. No home runs, no extra base hits, no RBIs. He's only been here for a little while, though. This is his 8th appearance of the season.
Yeah, back against Wareham, it was his 3rd. The last time these two teams met, it was his 3rd appearance of the season. At that point, he was 2 for 7. He struggled a little bit thus far in the Cape against a really good pitching. But right now, that runner on first is very important for Noah Zavalis and very important for the YD Red Sox. And Drew Mendoza getting some confidence from his coaching staff to put him in a big situation for a really good hitter in Quintana.
Line shot, and it's through the infield for a base hit. Tanner Dodson picks it up, throws it in onto first, trying to throw behind the runner. And now we'll have runners on the corners and no outs. Noah Zavalis in a bit of a jam. 2 straight innings of trouble for the Gatemen.
I haven't seen Zavalis have this much trouble in a long time. He took a week off for a vacation, but before that, you know, 3 innings. His last appearance, 3 innings, only gave up 3 hits. Struck out 5 batters against Katuitt, and that was part of that 2-0 loss. But he really shined through in that game for the Gatemen. And then before that, just as good in the last appearance. That was against the Hyannis Harbor Hawks right here at Spillane Field. 3 scoreless innings once again, 3 strikeouts. So the most trouble that Zavalis has been into in a long time for the Gatemen. I believe he was the Gatemen Player of the game in that game against Hyannis.
So the pinch hitter now is replaced by a pinch runner. Connor Kaiser is in the game for Drew Mendoza, who just had that pinch hit single. All parts of the infield are in on the grass right now, trying to cut down a run at home. Ground ball to the shortstop. Kasser steps on second, throws home. It's a double play. What a great job by Kyle Kasser. Steps on second and gets the runner going for home. This game remains 1-0.
I tell you, a great play by Kyle Kasser, first of all, and a great tag by Willie McIver in a bang-bang play. But once again, bad base running from the YD Red Sox hurts them in this game. It's already happened twice to Alex McKenna. Now, Christian Koss, caught sleeping between third and home. Does the right thing and waits for Kyle Kasser to step on second, but then Kasser doesn't. He thinks Kasser's going to go to first for the double play. Instead, he goes home because he saw that Christian Koss was breaking for home, and it was honestly an easy decision for Kyle Kasser to make. Bad base running for YD again.
What great awareness by Kyle Kasser. I mean, we've talked about his defensive play twice so far in this broadcast, and it's really showing off why we should continue to. I mean, that is a 6-6-2 double play. Don't see that very often. And Zavalis really gets some help from his defense. That's got to give you tons of confidence.
Yeah, that was, first and third, nobody out. Now all of a sudden, guy on first, 2 out for Noah Zavalis, and he's been in these situations all the time. He knows what to do. He knows to go up there and just play his game against Darren Trainer, a new hitter here in this Cape Cod League, so certainly advantage toward the right-handed pitcher on the mound at Spillane Field.
Trainer is 0 for 1 in his debut with a walk, and he takes called strike 3. How about Noah Zavalis? A scoreless 7th inning. That strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exafaris, and Bullard. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. This game's still 1-0 somehow, and you're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
The Wareham Gatemen and the visiting team, the Cape Cod Baseball League, and the NCAA promote good sportsmanship by student athletes, coaches, and spectators. We request your cooperation and positive support of the participants and officials. Profanity, racial or sexist comments, or other intimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from this ballpark.
Want to hear more about today's game, players, and breaking sports updates? Then download the free Next Radio app from the Google Play Store and tune to this station. It's live. It's local FM radio wherever you go. The Next Radio app. Get it today. Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
That 7th inning stretch presented by Eastern Propane and Oil, proud to sponsor the Gatemen with locations on and off the Cape.
I forgot to stretch.
I also did. Oh well. Willie McIver, he stands in now. McIver, Pompey, and Sable, they'll be the batters here in this bottom of the 7th inning. It could have been 2-0 YD, but instead it's 1-0. An outstanding play by Kyle Kasser. Here's a foul ball. Coming on and not able to make the play is the catcher, Trainer.
And a great piece coming up on this week's episode of Around the Horn, a sneak preview of what's to come. Willie McIver and Ben Baer with our Matt Feld earlier today. Little game of Would You Rather, so be sure to look out for that as Around the Horn gets released later this week.
The second time with a pair of Huskies.
Yes.
But just different Huskies.
Different Huskies, different colored Huskies as well. Washington being purple and gold Huskies.
I'm a fan of both their color schemes.
I love
UConn's like lightish sort of blue.
Washington's color scheme is one of my favorites personally.
McIver takes a ball up high, and now he's got a hitter's count, 3-1. He jacked a solo shot yesterday against the Falmouth Commodores. Walls much further here at Spillane than they are at Gov Fuller Field in Falmouth. And McIver works himself a walk, taking a pitch on the inside corner. So the tying run is on first base for the Gatemen. And here's Pompey and Sable, both 0 for 2 with a strikeout tonight. They'd really like to change that right here. Time is called, and it looks like the first baseman Rivas is going to get new sunglasses. Koss moves to third base, by the way, and Connor Kaiser is the new shortstop. Pompey shows bunt. He does go around, according to home plate umpire Mickey Garcia. And that'll be strike one. The switch hitter hitting from the right side for the left side rather, for the first time tonight. And it looks like the first baseman, Rivas, is really battling the sun over there. Willie McIver standing in a nice spot of shade, leading over at first. Pompey sees an outside pitch and lays off. Pompey, a Baseball America third-team All-American this spring with the Kentucky Wildcats. First-team All-SEC, hit .361, 10 home runs, 45 RBIs, 9 stolen bases. He takes a ball up high. His freshman year, very impressively, had 3 game-winning RBI for the Kentucky Wildcats. Pompey, 6'4", 200 pounds.
For a Kentucky team that has been just improving since he got there. I mean, they were unbelievable this year compared to past years at the University of Kentucky. An SEC team on the rise in a very crowded conference, and Pompey certainly helping with that.
Pompey lays off. McIver today has stolen his 10th base of the season. Really impressive stuff from him. He might want to take advantage of the fact that the first baseman is battling the sun, Rivas, making it less likely that the pitcher, Gallagher, will throw over. He does go. Pompey takes, but it's ball 4. So 2 consecutive walks taken by the Gatemen. That would have been McIver's 11th stolen base of the season for sure, but doesn't count.
And how about this? The Gatemen are just, 2 bases away. They were in scoring position. Just 2 bases away from tying this game. They are still hitless. So 1 hit here in this game could all of a sudden tie the YD Red Sox, and that'd be pretty frustrating for the pitching staff, who's done so incredibly today.
Well, the Gatemen have only given up 5 hits themselves. Montgomery went 4 innings, only giving up 3.
Could definitely see a bunt here from Blake Sable as well. 1-run game, important situation.
On deck, Robbie Metz, a guy who really knows how to get the job done for the Gatemen. Bottom of the 7th inning here. Sable shows bunt, and he gets it down. It just rolls foul down the third base line. That looked perfect.
Yeah, once it caught that little edge on the corner of the grass, it just rolled, tailed off right into the gravel. But,
it's much easier to keep a bunt fair here at Spillane because you have the grass sort of ledge. And the grass is way more likely to keep the ball in fair territory than, a dirt, quote-unquote, imaginary line would have.
Absolutely, and I think one more opportunity for Blake Sable. It's a big one. If you can get this bunt down, your team's in good shape with the disciplined hitter in Robbie Metz right behind you. He puts together a big at-bat every time he's at the plate.
Don Sneddon just gave Blake Sable some signs, and now it looks like the catcher, Trainer, and the pitcher, Gallagher, are going to talk this one over. Sable will be watching carefully who crashes in on a bunt attempt if he indeed is going to bunt. Right now, it's the first baseman, Rivas, who is now completely in the shade. The whole infield is in the silhouette shadows now. Outfield is in the sun for the most part. Early start time here at Spillane, sort of changing some things, and it looks like Scott Pickler is going to come out. Not sure if this is a talking to for Gallagher or a change. The whole YD infield will come in. In the bullpen is Brendan Nail from Western Carolina University. He hasn't made a move off of his spot yet, so maybe this is just a talk for Scott Pickler, going over with his defense what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, his team has a 1-0 lead, but they haven't given up a hit yet. So he's just telling the pitcher, settle in here, throw strikes. The Gatemen haven't really shown anything when you do throw strikes yet, so, be confident in what you have right now, because it doesn't look like the Wareham lineup has their best game today.
This is a pitching change, and it took a long time for the umpire Mickey Garcia and Scott Pickler to figure it out, but we will take a quick break, identify the pitcher, and be back with more. You're watching Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Of this station's pre- and post-game sports talk. Tune in on your smartphone with the Next Radio app. It's live and it's local. Download the free Next Radio app from the Google Play Store today. Registration is now open for the 2017 Wareham Gatemen Youth Clinics. The instruction clinics are open to boys and girls between ages 4 and 15. The clinics are a great opportunity to meet and learn from some of the best collegiate players in the country. Clinics are held Monday through Friday, depending on the player's off day. For more information and to sign up your young ball player, visit www.gatemen.org. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians, expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent-care.
The Fuller Family Foundation is proud to support the excellent sportsmanship and character of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. We are proud supporters of the CCBBL as well as many other wonderful Cape Cod organizations that serve our community.
The Wareham Gatemen would like to thank Franklin Sports for their sponsorship of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Franklin is yet again proud to be the official batting glove of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Throughout the summer, all 10 Cape League teams are wearing their own custom team batting gloves, courtesy of Franklin Sports. To order your favorite team's design or to create your own, visit franklinsports.com/custom. Enter code CCBL20 for 20% off your purchase. From Cape Cod to the major leagues, only the best hitters in baseball wear Franklin gloves.
Brendan Nail, the new pitcher, number 28 in red for the YD Red Sox, comes in a critical spot. Blake Sable at the dish right now. An 0-1 count, by the way. Nobody out. The runner on second is McIver. The runner on first is Pompey. Thank you for watching tonight's presentation of Gatemen Baseball. Connor Federico and Sam Corman along for the ride with you. The Gatemen have no hits in this ballgame. Brendan Nail will try to continue that. Sable shows bunt, pulls it back, but takes a called strike 2. So Nail just does his job on that first pitch.
Yeah, very interesting mid-count pitching change for the YD Red Sox, and Nail coming in out of Western Carolina, 6-8 with a 6.66 ERA this season. Also a heavy innings guy, 87 of them thrown this season for Western Carolina.
Wow. Sable cuts and misses, strike 3. He's sent back to the dugout. Interesting way to sort of ice Sable right there. You only get 2 pitches against the new pitcher, and he's sent back to the dugout.
Yeah, it's really tough for a hitter to face a different pitcher in the same at bat, and you got to adjust while you're hitting. And you already have one strike on you, so never easy to do it with 2 strikes on a new pitcher. And Sable was victimized by Brendan Nail.
Nail, the lefty, replaces Gallagher, the righty, who replaced Hogan Harris, the lefty. Met swings on the first pitch he sees, but it gets by the catcher, Trainer. Taking second is Pompey. Taking third is McIver. The tying run is on first with 1 out. The tying run is on third with 1 out. The leading run possibly is on second. You still most likely need a hit from Robbie Metz to get them in.
The 1 out here, a sacrifice fly will be huge for the Gatemen. Fly ball. McIver, a lot of speed over there at third. Don't be deceived by the C next to his name on the position chart.
Time is called.
We've seen Robbie Metz in some sac fly situations, and most of the time he knows what he has to do and gets the job done. And the Gatemen have hit a lot of fly balls today.
The infield is back. Metz takes ball 1. That one was dangerously close to getting through the catcher, Trainer, again. So making his first start for the YD Red Sox, his debut tonight, late addition to this team, coming from an NAIA school, Lewis Clark State.
You got to adapt to these pitchers. All have more movement on their pitches, and it's just tough to make that adaptation this quickly.
Gatemen fans getting excited, hoping the first run will score, and it probably will. McIver, he'll touch the plate, but the throw beats Metz at first. The Gatemen have tied this ball game at 1, an RBI ground out for Robbie Metz.
And how about that? Tie game here at 1, and the Gatemen are still hitless here in the 7th inning. Situational piece of hitting by Robbie Metz doesn't do it necessarily the score, the typical situation would draw off. The typical situation would have him hitting a fly ball and getting McIver in on a sac fly. But the high choppers that have been so familiar to both these teams today was enough to get McIver across. He saw that once that ball bounced as high as it did, he knew he was going to be able to get home easily. And Metz gets the job done.
Pompey did not advance to third on the play. He remains at second. He represents what could be the leading run in this ball game if Duran can muscle up a hit. He's grounded out to the third baseman, Quintana, at the time in the 2nd inning, and struck out in the 5th. Again, Sam just mentioned it, no hits today for the Gatemen. YD pitchers have been good, but have given up some walks. Ground ball from Duran. It takes a high hop on Rivas, but he makes the play, and that will end the inning. The Gatemen, they score a run on an RBI ground out from Robbie Metz. This game is tied up. We'll go to the 8th inning. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network. Welcome back to Gatemen Baseball Network action. Noah Zavalis, he's up right now on the hill for the Gatemen, coming in for his second inning of work. The Gatemen just tied up this ball game at 7 in the 7th inning. 1 run apiece for either side. And a base hit here for Nico Horner out of Stanford. YD is threatening early.
Yeah, it's the 3rd consecutive inning with a leadoff single for the YD Red Sox. Last inning, good job by Zavalis and the defense to get out of a jam. But the inning before that, it resulted in a run by the leadoff hitter. So, Gatemen pitchers kind of getting into some late inning trouble here. It's the 8th already in this one. And, you know, each at-bat that much more important with less to work with on your side. So Zavalis is going to lock down here against a lefty batter.
Here is Kyle Isbell. Ground ball foul. Critical spot in this game. Yeah, the leading run stands on first base right now. That was the 7th hit of the ball game for the YD Red Sox. On the other side, the Gatemen, they don't have a single hit, but the scoreboard reads the same. It's 1-1.
Very bizarre stuff. By the way, the Catuit Kettleers, trying to enhance their lead in the Western Division, they've defeated the Harwich Mariners 4-2.
No surprise there.
Yeah, Harwich really struggling to score runs, especially. Their pitching's been pretty good. It's just been the run production from Harwich just hasn't been there, and as a result, they have the worst record in the CCBL.
7-15-1 now. Pitches in the dirt. McIver blocks it, though, and smartly retreating back to first is Nico Horner. We've seen twice today. YD runners, they see balls in the dirt, they take off. McIver just guns them down because he can really block the ball in his favor.
Yeah, McIver's so good defensively, especially getting down, and especially his reaction time getting up off the ground to throw out runners at second base and third base. You've seen it today.
Ball in the dirt again.
There's that big reaction time. Once he feels in the dirt, he's quickly up on his feet, ready to throw out any runner that's trying to test him. Speaking of that Catuit-Harwich game, another home run for Greg Conine today. I mentioned he played in the home run derby this season out of Duke. He continues to roll.
Here's a long fly ball that goes foul. That could have been a home run for Kyle Isbell if it had stayed fair.
You got a hold of that one.
Now he's got 2 strikes against him, though.
Another pitcher's duel. This is a pitcher's duel here. Another pitcher's duel occurred. That game just ended in Brewster. Brewster shuts out Falmouth by a score of 1-0. So the game's working in the Gatemen's favor today.
Well, I mean, think about it. You know, the Falmouth gets shut out a night after putting up 9 runs. The Gatemen right now, they're getting no hit after putting up 9 runs and 18 hits last night.
They're getting no hit, but we're in a tie game at 1-1. It's pretty crazy stuff. Just 3 hits for the Falmouth Commodores today as well.
Zavalis really checking in on Nico Horner over there at first base. 6 stolen bases in 20 games coming into this one for the Stanford Cardinal. Wears red at school and wearing red this summer for the Red Sox. Zavalis out of the stretch, the 2-2. Kyle Isbell swings and misses, strike 3. First out of the inning. Strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exafars, and Bullard.
You see every time the ball is even somewhat in the dirt or somewhat low, McIver jumps up. He's ready to pounce on any opportunity that the base runners have, and because of that, the base runners know better than to take an extra base against this Washington Husky catcher. It's just that presence behind the plate that's helping out the rest of the defense for the Gatemen.
Multi-talented defensively. In the past 3 games, we've seen McIver at first, third, and catcher in that order. Zavalis really caught up with Horner over there. He just faked going on that 2-2 pitch before to Isbell. That was a strikeout pitch, and now you have McKenna, who hasn't been retired today. Heads up Tanner Dodson out there in right field. Ball down low. On deck, Alfonso Rivas, then Luke Miller. middle infield at double play depth. Horner's lead at first has gotten shorter and shorter with each pickoff attempt. Ball down low, and you know, we talk about these guys really not being fans of having a dive or slide on this field here at Spillane. The material, it's almost like a gravel rubber. It's a gray color, but at Red Wilson Field in YD, it's the similar sort of material. It's like a ground, it's not dirt, but it is of dirt color. So YD is sort of used to this plain surface.
That's very interesting, especially.
Zavalis deals ground ball. Duran makes a sliding grab. Throws on a first. What a play by Jaron Duran, robbing Alex McKenna of his third hit in this game.
Very important play for Duran, too. If that gets through, Horner's on third, undoubtedly. And because of that, not only does he get the extra out, but Horner has to stop at second. Now 2 outs with a big hitter at the plate.
Rivas is 0 for 2 today with a walk back in the first inning. That walk didn't end up mattering much as Alex McKenna was gunned down at third by Willie McIver. Rivas, an all Pac-12 teamer. Zavalis, Harvard Crimson. Deals in the dirt, ball 1. This game, with every base runner moving closer and closer to home plate, it really gets more and more exciting, and you can feel sort of the tension in the air here at Spillane.
Yeah, it's been a really fun game to watch because the pitching has been really good, and at the same time, there's been a little bit of everything in this game. Defensive-wise, you've seen some really good defensive plays from the Gatemen, especially from Kyle Kasser and especially from Willie McIver at the catching position. And that's always fun to see some really sharp defense out there on the field.
Right now, Coach Lawler is talking to McIver and Zavalis, figuring out how they're going to go at Rivas. Also, the runner from second, Horner, talks to Coach Pickler of Yarmouth Dennis. Talked about in the pregame show how Yarmouth Dennis, the YD Red Sox, the high school where they play is Dennis Yarmouth, the DY Dolphins.
That way they can even it out. One team has Yarmouth as first, and the other team has Dennis as first.
Foul ball off of Rivas's leg. Will stand back in with a 1-1 count. The field is in Yarmouth, though, which is interesting to me why it's called Dennis Yarmouth, the high school. I mean, that's what's in use most times of the year, 9 months to maybe 2.5 months for the Gate League.
It's also pretty interesting that Dennis and Yarmouth actually share a high school, considering they're both.
They're pretty close to each other.
I know, but they're both pretty large towns. It's pretty surprising that they would share with each other. Of course, Yarmouth divided into a bunch of different places. Hyannis is, I believe, Hyannis might be in Barnstable.
Hyannis is Barnstable.
It's very close.
The village of Hyannis is in Barnstable, as is the village of Katuitt. Strike. So 2 Cape teams are in Barnstable.
But you have West Yarmouth, South Yarmouth, Yarmouth Port, all the way up on the north part near the bay. And then Dennis, you have West Dennis, and then the eastern part of Dennis is way out there near Brewster. And
right.
It's a pretty big area to cover for a high school, for sure.
The 1-2, 2 outs from Zavalis, fouled off. Sometimes in these, that's not a broken window, by the way. That's just Larry on the soundboard having some fun. We have not seen a broken window here at Wareham High School, Middle School, whichever this building is here.
This is the middle school.
Okay.
High school way in the back.
Yeah.
You don't even really see the high school unless you drive back there. By the way, Bourne with a 6-2 lead over the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. So they're trying to get themselves up into the top of the division standings, the Bourne Braves.
Rivas continuing his fight with Zavalis. Would like to drive in a game-leading RBI right now in Nico Horner over on second. Arizona Wildcat at the plate. Stanford Cardinal at second base. Catcher from Washington. Shortstop Kasser from Oregon. A lot of Pac-12 up the middle right now.
Always a lot of Pac-12 in these Wareham Gatemen games.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Noah Zavalis, his second strikeout of the 8th, ends the inning. And that will be brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exaforest, and Bullard. This game is still tied. We'll see John Topa as a pinch hitter. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Did you know that Baseball Factory has partnered with the Cape League for the past 17 seasons? Baseball Factory is your resource for top-notch baseball training. With over 600 events nationwide for players age 8 to 18 and over 100,000 college success stories, you too can build your way to greatness with Baseball Factory. Visit baseballfactory.com to learn more.
It's back. The 2017 Friendlies Cape League All-Star Game will be played at Spillane Field, home of the Wareham Gatemen. Mark the date on your calendar, Saturday, July 22nd. Game time is 6 p.m., but the gates open at 2 p.m. One highlight will be the home run hitting contest. There will also be an autograph session and a large merchandise village with items from many of the teams. Be sure to buy your tickets now right here at the merchandise stand. Tickets are just $5, and part of the proceeds will support our Wareham Gatemen.
Well, John Topa is up to bat here. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Gatemen could really change this game right now. They just got their first run in the 7th. A tie ball game between East and West, the YD Red Sox and the Wareham Gatemen. John Topa replacing Nick Angelini takes a ball low.
It's kind of been opposite stories for these both teams to get to this 1-1 game. For YD, it's been pretty frustrating. They've had a lot of runners in scoring position. They've left 6 guys on base thus far in this game. Most of them have been in scoring position. So, and for the Gatemen, on the opposite end, they have no hits, and they've just been taking advantage of what YD's pitchers have been giving them, which is just a few walks in that last inning and some wild pitches, and then an RBI ground out gets them that run. So, kind of the opposite story for these two teams.
John Topa takes a ball high. The pitcher for YD remains Brendan Nail, who came in mid-at-bat against Blake Sable in the 7th, and in a bunt situation, retired Sable in 2 pitches.
He's gotten the job done since he got in. 1-2-3 for him.
Well, he had a 3-0 right there, and now it becomes 3-1 after John Topa looks down that called strike. Nail out of the stretch. Deals ball 4 on the outside corner. The Gatemen, they have possibly the leading runner on at first base right now, and it brings up a guy hitting over 500, Stephen Kwan.
And the lead run now on first base, and said it enough. So I think you get the gist.
Yes,
is that the lead runner's on base and it was via a walk and not a hit.
Kwan shows bunt, lets a curveball miss high. Kwan is 0 for 2 today with a walk. Was stranded on third. Oh, no, he was gunned down at the plate in the first inning. Could have given the Gatemen a 1-0 lead. Willie McIver almost had that RBI back in the first. Instead, he scores the Gatemen's only run in the 7th. McIver always finding a way to contribute to this Gatemen team.
Yeah, he certainly does. And each and every night, it just seems like it's something else. Yesterday was a home run ball. Only seen 2 of those from him. Sometimes a diving play over at third base. Sometimes it's picking off a runner back at first after a pitch comes in.
This ball is dealt high to Kwan. And now he's got a 2-0 advantage. Taking a sign from the dugout right now. We'll see if he tries to get a bunt down. Both of these teams only throwing 3 pitchers so far. Brendan Nail here to work the 8th. Kwan shows bunt, takes a strike just on the outside corner. There's action in both of these bullpens right now. Coach Don Snedding continuing to give signs from the dugout. Topa over at first base. He can certainly steal a bag. We haven't seen him do that much for the Gatemen, but certainly did at UConn. Nail to Kwan in the dirt. So suddenly, 1 pitch away from a walk to Kwan that would move Topa into scoring position.
Yeah, and John Topa comes into this game, does a nice job working that walk in a pinch hit situation. And now he can really be a star in this game if he can come across with that go-ahead run. Stephen Kwan's a good guy to have up to do that for you.
Kwan gets the bunt down, and it's fielded by Nail. The throw beats Kwan. 1 out. Topa moves over to second. So it's a sack bunt. The Gatemen still don't have a hit today. Tanner Dodson, though, guy hitting over 400, and he's had plenty of at-bats in this season for the Wareham Gatemen. This will be his 50th at-bat of the summer. 0 for 2 today with the walk. Reached second on an error by the pitcher Hogan Harris.
Yeah, the Gatemen were kind of using him as a pitcher more often than a hitter in the beginning of this season, but then they realized, oh, this guy can be a very good hitter, and we want to work on his hitting as well with him, so let's put him in the lineup almost every day, and that's what's been happening.
Dodson swings and misses, was playing in center field for a while. We saw him really showing off his arm there, once against Chatham. And, I forget the other instance where he made a catch in center field and doubled up a runner who stranded too far from first base.
Lots of instances, honestly.
Yeah, twice this season, so he moves to right field where usually the strongest arm goes. Hits a high chopper to the second baseman. It's fielded on a hop, thrown onto first, and Horner narrowly beats Dodson. That was very close to being the first base hit of the game. Moving to third is John Topa. Can they get him around all the way, though? It's up to Kyle Kasser now.
Yeah, now any hit will likely score John Topa, and Kyle Kasser trying to get the first hit of the game for the Gatemen. They're going to need one if they want Topa to score, unless, of course, it's a wild pitch. But Brendan Nail did a nice job after walking that first batter this inning. He came in and did a really good job in the 7th, coming in to clean up what Nick Gallagher started. Got all 3 outs, but not before Willie McIver scored the game-tying run.
The leading run is 90 feet away. Kyle Kasser with the bat on his left shoulder, trying to change this game drastically. It's amazing. We talked about last night in Falmouth. Every run matters in a 9-9 game. How about in a 1-1 game? Every hit matters. The Gatemen have none of them through 7 2/3.
Completely different game today than it was yesterday. Crazy.
Kasser takes strike 1 just on the outside corner. Gatemen fans giving a slow clap for Kasser. Would be a much louder applause if he can find a way to knock in Topa, who had a pinch hit walk to start off this 8th inning. Kwan and Dodson both narrowly retired at first base. This one runs in on Kasser and it clips him. First hit by pitch of this evening for either side. Kasser seems fine. He'll jog on down to first, but now this is in the hands, the very capable hands of Willie McIver.
Yeah, isn't this a good guy to have up in this situation? First and third, 2 out in the 8th inning, and Willie McIver with an opportunity right now. There's a reason why he's been in the cleanup spot all year, and he's trying to clean up right now with a runner on third and John Topa and a big runner on third right now in the 8th inning. This game has just sneakily gotten into the 8th inning, I feel like.
What time is it? It's not even 8 o'clock. This game started at 5:30. Nail to McIver. Misses inside. Runner on first is Kasser. He was just hit by a pitch. The runner on third is Topa. He walked. On deck, Tristan Pompey. 1-1 ball game. Topa represents possibly the leading run, but the Gatemen do not have a hit today. McIver tells Topa to hold up. Wouldn't that be an interesting way to score if Trainer lets a ball get through him?
Well, we'll certainly keep the trend going for the Gatemen and for the YD Red Sox today. And a good stop by the young Trainer, the CCBL debut, and that was a big stop there. Every pitch in the dirt right now huge for this catcher, and a really big situation for YD.
2-0. Kasser has a big lead over there at first. Nail deals to the plate. It's high. One pitch away from loading the bases for Pompey.
Yeah, McIver all year has been really aware at the plate, not chasing pitches out of the zone, and he's making, in a big situation, he's making this Western Carolina pitcher, Brendan Nail, throw strikes. He's not going to chase anything out of the zone. He's shown that on these first three.
The 3-0 to McIver, and Nail steps off. Man, what a moment in this game. You feel like almost anything could happen, because over the past 2 days to the Gatemen, anything and everything has happened.
Well, it's the game of baseball right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. I mean, the difference between yesterday's tie game, and today's game that's currently tied is just crazy. How different of a game it's been.
3-0, McIver had the green light and fouls it off. I just realized what an easy response that is, and we've been saying it all year. When crazy things happen in baseball, well, that's just the game of baseball. But that's really true. It's just how this game works.
Anything can happen. I mean, you know, the Gatemen are hitless right now, but, you know, Willie McIver could go up here and make this a 4-1 game in about 10 seconds. So you just never know.
The 3-1. Nail, sets, breathes, fires. Called strike 2. Full count. Runners on first and third. 2 outs. Tie game.
A really good pitch in a big situation from Brendan Nail. Coming off the outside corner on McIver and catching the outside part of the plate. And McIver watched it go by him, thinking it might have been outside, but here it is. Big payoff pitch.
McIver calls time. Man, this just gets more and more strenuous.
What a funny time to call timeout for
Well,
McIver.
I mean, you know, you don't want to take the pitch unless you are absolutely ready.
Absolutely.
Kasser is definitely going to be going over there at first. Has to make sure Nail deals to the plate, though.
I think McIver did it because he just wants to intensify the moment even more.
Nail out of the stretch. 3-2. 2 outs. The pickoff move is to first. Runner comes home. Topa's out. That'll do it. And we're having some words now with Mickey Garcia, but that is how the 8th inning will end. This ball game still at 1. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Registration is now open for the 2017 Wareham Gatemen High School Clinics. These programs are run by the Gatemen coaching staff with a focus on exposing high school area players to the college game. To sign up for either the hitting, pitching, or catching camps, visit www.gatemen.org for more information.
The 99 Restaurants has 9 real-size entrees for only $9.99. They're big, hearty portions you can count on all day, every day, like their hand-breaded crispy fish tacos with cilantro lime rice. The 99 Restaurants, proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
All-Star Game weekend starts with a celebrity softball game on July 21st at McKeon Park in Hyannis. Come watch Jason Varitek, Bill Lee, Nancy Kerrigan, Scott Zolak, and other celebrities play ball in support of the Cape Cod Baseball League and Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital of Cape Cod. Gates open at 4 p.m. For more information and to buy tickets, go to allstarcapecod.org. That's allstarcapecod.org.
Well, the Gatemen were just a couple of feet away from taking the lead in this ball game, despite having no hits. Coming in now to do the pitching, Brett Canine from Cal State Fullerton.
Yeah, Canine's been really good since he got here. Good recovery for him after a tough blown save in his first outing against the Falmouth Commodores. Gets a nice recovery outing against the Bourne Braves a few nights ago, a 4-2 victory out at Doran Park. And Canine does his usual one inning of work in the closer's role and gets 3 strikeouts. That's good for striking out the side.
Canine, that one save you just talked about against Bourne, had 15 of them for Cal State Fullerton this spring. An absolute great performance, a Greg Olson Award finalist, all Big West first team, collegiate baseball All-American third team. He just totally showed off, and he's showing off right here, that fastball against Luke Miller.
And Canine at Cal State Fullerton was rocking that Raleigh Fingers looking mustache.
Big swing and a miss from Miller. He might be trying to hit one out of Spillane, but instead he's down 0-2.
Well, I think all these guys are going to be trying to hit one out of Spillane. You know, not the power hitters that you'd want up for YD that in the situation, but some good hitters.
Check swing. Mickey Garcia says yes, he did. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 1 down for Brett Canine. Strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exaforest, and Bullard. And by the way, it seems as if Luke Miller was just thrown out of this game for arguing with home plate umpire Mickey Garcia. Now Scott Pickler will talk to Garcia. Coach Don Sneddon was issued a warning back in the 3rd or 4th inning for arguing balls and strikes. So Canine gets a strikeout and a toss-out of Luke Miller, the 5-hitter.
First time I've seen that this year as a player getting thrown out of the game. So should this game, we'll see who comes in and left at least for the YD Red Sox in the bottom half of the inning, but you know, you can't be doing that to the home plate umpire.
And now it looks like the first base umpire, Alan Liberdoni, will talk with Pickler. He definitely wants an explanation. Pickler, the 20-year Cape Cod Baseball League veteran coach. It looks like everything's settled down. Now Mickey Garcia explaining himself to the hitter Koss, probably saying, hey, you argue with me, you're gone too.
I mean, I'm sure.
Not exactly sure what we're waiting on. Maybe for Miller to exit the game. I'm not sure where he would go.
Well,
Parking
I mean,
lot?
maybe the bullpen is an option. That's possible, but I don't think he'd be going to sit on the YD bus for another inning.
Or gosh knows how many we play. This game is dangerously close from being the Gatemen's 2nd consecutive extra innings game. At least that's what Brett Canine is trying to do on the mound. But the Gatemen, they'll have McIver, Pompey, and Sable coming up in the bottom of the 9th.
Luke Miller is packing his stuff up and heading off.
See ya. If he can get out of the gate, looks like it's locked.
Good help from the bat boy.
Oh, the bat boy carried him to victory there. You can't see on our TV feed. It's him exiting is in one of the only spots that you can't see.
Looks like he's headed our way.
Maybe he'll come sit with us. We can ask him about the play. Probably not. But Brett Canine gets a strikeout. He was just throwing some warm-up pitches, getting ready to face Christian Koss.
I'm telling you, it's been the theme of today, but you just never know what's going to happen next.
Never. I mean, I didn't see Miller say anything. Christian Koss shows bunt, plainly misses, and that's what Brett Canine can do for you. I mean, you think the ball's in a spot, and then, it's somewhere else.
Yeah, sometimes these pitchers with big movement, that's another advantage they have is when pitchers or when hitters try to bunt on them, the ball just, whoops out of the way.
Canine just misses, throwing his first ball of his outing here in the top of the 9th, trying to keep YD to their 1 run. On deck, Connor Kaiser, who was a defensive replacement for a pinch hitter, Drew Mendoza, a couple of innings ago. This one is lined out to right center field, coming on Dodson, and he makes a great play. second out of the inning. First time we'll see Connor Kaiser in the batter's box tonight.
Connor Kaiser from Vanderbilt.
On deck, Carter Ferris, who grounded out into that unfortunate double play. Fortunate for the Gatemen, where back in the 7th, Kasser stepped on second and then threw the ball into home for a double play. That's what's kept this game tied, 1-1. Kaiser trying to change that, and he lines this one straight back to Kanine. Slow dribbler to Duran. That'll be a 1-4-3 putout. And Kanine goes 1-2-3 here in the 9th. His hand looks just fine. Can the Gatemen win it in the bottom of this inning, or are we destined for extras again? Find out. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Baseball Factory, which has proudly supported the Cape Cod League for 17 seasons, conducts baseball training, tournaments, and showcases at over 600 events nationwide, providing players with world-class instruction. The Baseball Factory program leads to future success both on and off the field for players aged 8 to 18. Learn more at baseballfactory.com.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod, with 2 acute care hospitals and more than 450 physicians. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org. Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Brendan Nail remains the pitcher for the YD Red Sox. There is action in the bullpen. Right now we're getting a conversation between Mickey Garcia and Don Sneddon behind the plate. I think Coach Sneddon trying to figure out the defensive replacements, but we have figured it out. Alfonso Rivas, the first baseman, he moves to left to replace Luke Miller, but taking Miller's spot in the lineup is Colt Cottom, who now plays first, the Kentucky catcher.
Isn't that nice having a first baseman that can just go to left field whenever you want him to? It's not a position that you often associate with first baseman. Often a catcher can also play first base, and a third baseman can also play first base.
Well, Miller, who was the Miller, who was the left fielder all game and just thrown out, he's a corner infielder too.
Wow. So I guess YD has some similar, flexibility in the infield and outfield that Wareham has, with some guys that can move around, maybe some more than Wareham has, with guys that can play infield and outfield.
I almost wish I was here in 2016 when, Robbie Metz played nearly every position that there is to play on a baseball diamond.
And pitched,
yeah.
Of course. You mentioned that yesterday.
A third of an inning.
Mentioned that yesterday and got the job done, correct?
Yes. 1/3 of an inning. No runs given up.
That had to have been so much fun for him and his teammates. Especially his teammates. And him, of course. I mean, I can't tell who would have more fun with Robbie Metz on the mound, him or his teammates.
Interesting start to this half inning. Oh, by the way, it's the bottom of the 9th, and the Gatemen could win this ball game on one swing. Hitless today, though. The Gatemen have found a way to get a run in. It was Willie McIver who walked, advanced to second, moved to third on a wild pitch, and was brought in by an RBI ground out by Robbie Metz. McIver stands in now, here in the bottom of the 9th, facing Brendan Nail. McIver checks his swing, but did go around. That's strike one. McIver was just left stranded at the plate. He had a 3-2 count with 2 outs, runners on the corners, and Kyle Kasser gets caught in a pickle that eventually leads to John Topa being called out at home.
Yeah, Brennan Nill did a good job in that at bat, getting back to 3-2 after a 3-0 count, and because of that, he was able to force Castro to run.
McIver hits a ground ball into the gap. Making the throw is the shortstop Kaiser, but it gets away. McIver moves to second, and the throw from the catcher, Trainer, is not in time. Willie McIver hits a ground ball, but ends up on second base. We'll see how that one is ruled. Either way, it's going to be a throwing error that leads to McIver being on second. I'm not sure. It'll be ruled an error. And a hit. So no, it's an infield hit for McIver. It's the first of the day for the Gatemen, but he's on second thanks to an E6.
How about this?
Yeah, Willie McIver, by the way, represents the winning run on second base. A lot just happened. Tristan Pompey at the plate, hitting from the right side. He takes called strike. Pompey with one of the bigger strike zones of these Gatemen. He stands 6'4".
Yeah, and he's often sometimes caught chasing pitches down below the knees, and that's one of the biggest things he has to work on. How about Willie McIver? In a day where the Gatemen have one hit right now, he has been on base 3 times. Granted, the first inning it was off a fielder's choice, but still, he's been on base 3 times. He's stole a base as well. He's had a pretty productive day.
Pickoff throw to McIver. Almost. Wow. Horner just can't make it over there. You got to have a lot of blind faith as a pitcher to just throw a little loop onto second base and just hope one of your fielders is going to be there. I mean, it looks like Horner and the pitcher Nail are communicating. Willie McIver really smart on the base paths. Pompey hits a fly ball out of play, and now he has an 0-2 count against him. On deck, Blake Sable. Can one of these guys get in Willie McIver, who just had the first hit of the game for the Wareham Gatemen in the bottom of the 9th inning? This game is 1-1. Willie McIver represents the winning run. Jersey all gray from Spillane Field, sliding into second. Pompey fouls this one off again. A good pitch on the outside corner from Nail.
What is this game? This game is wild.
Well, we said the same thing last night.
I mean, yeah, and both of them were tied in the bottom half of the 9th. I mean, of course, Falmouth tied the game in the bottom half of the 9th. That game was wild. This game wild in a different way, completely.
Pickoff throw. McIver is caught. This game just took a dramatic turn. 1 out, nobody on.
Well, so far today it's been YD with a rough base running, but McIver in this situation, you can't let that happen to you. And it's a poor base running mistake for a rather disciplined base runner. So
yeah, we don't see that from him. Now Pompey in an 0-2 hole with 1 out. Takes high. So this inning just really changed. Winning run was on second, just picked off by Brendan Nail, tag applied by Nico Horner. McIver trying to do sort of a swim move to get around the tag. Pompey, line shot, takes a 1-hop on the shortstop Kaiser, who has to eat it. Hard hit ball by Tristan Pompey, he reaches first.
E6.
And it's an E6. 2 E6s in this inning.
Yeah, rough go for Christian Koss over there at shortstop.
Well, you wonder if that was the right call, sitting back on it and trying to play it on a hop, or he could have gone and attacked it.
Maybe, but then you risk having to short hop it. It's a tough play, but you know, either way, Tristan Pompey is on first now, and it's the only 1 out in this inning. And Luke Bonfield.
Yeah, Blake Sable is taken out of this game in favor of Luke Bonfield. Number 4 taken out for number 5 in white. Bonfield last night did not play the full 12 innings, was pulled for Ben Baird, but in the second inning against Falmouth, hit a 3-run shot that went so far over the left field fence, didn't even see it land.
Yeah, that was a bomb from Bonfield. A bomb field. How about that? And
come on. You're getting a thumbs down from our producer, Nick. But Scott Pickler's out. Wants to have a conversation. Nail getting some fist bumps from his teammates. And Pickler, the last time he made a pitching change, waited sort of like this. We're not sure if this will be a pitching change or not.
You saw this a lot in college baseball this year as pitching coaches or in head coaches just kind of stalling on the mound to give their guys a few extra pitches in the bullpen.
It is a pitching change. The umpire just makes the move to the bullpen. We'll identify the pitcher, and we'll be back with the bottom of the ninth. You're watching Gatemen Baseball. This game is tied.
It's back. The 2017 Friendlies Cape League All-Star Game will be played at Spillane Field, home of the Wareham Gatemen. Mark the date on your calendar, Saturday, July 22nd. Game time is 6 p.m., but the gates open at 2 p.m. One highlight will be the home run hitting contest. There will also be an autograph session and a large merchandise village with items from many of the teams. Be sure to buy your tickets now right here at the merchandise stand. Tickets are just $5, and part of the proceeds will support our Wareham Gatemen.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Cape Cod employs more than 50 full-time employees and more than 25 seasonal. Every year, more than 15 college students get great experience and support their education by working at Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod. Reward yourself. Have a Coke. Registration is now open for the 2017 Wareham Gatemen High School Clinics. These programs are run by the Gatemen coaching staff with a focus on exposing high school area players to the college game. To sign up for either the hitting, pitching, or catching camps, visit www.gatemen.org for more information. Don't miss a minute of this station's pre- and post-game sports talk. Tune in on your smartphone with the Next Radio app. It's live and it's local. Download the free Next Radio app from the Google Play Store today.
What a game this has been, and it will most likely continue to be. Luke Bonfield, one out runner on first base. He's a pinch hitter. Pinch hitter coming on to face the new pitcher for the YD Red Sox. It's Riley McCauley out of Michigan State.
Yeah, McCauley, a 3.18 ERA this year at MSU. And 91 to 94 on the fastball, combines it with a slider.
Luke Bonfield takes the first pitch low from McCauley. Working out of the stretch. Tristan Pompey, we haven't seen him steal a base so far for the Gatemen, but we know he has speed from his time with Kentucky. McCauley really just looks like he wants to get after the batter, Bonfield. All Kentucky at first base right now. Cole Cottom holding on his Wildcats teammate, Pompey, who slides in safely ahead of a pickoff move. What a night. The Gatemen were no hit up until this inning. Willie McIver had an infield single and took second on an error, then made a base running error of his own, was picked off at second base. And Tristan Pompey, he reached on an error by the shortstop on a hard hit line drive. Bonfield takes this one near his arm, but it's called for a strike. 1-1 with one out.
That slider, really good stuff from the pitcher, McCauley. And a kind of a similar situation, Josh Breaux came in for Falmouth in the bottom half of the ninth to hit a home run.
Bonfield awaits the 1-1. Ground ball to the left side. It's picked up by the third baseman, Koss, and the turn to first is in time. After playing 12 innings last night, this one destined for extras. At the end of 9, the score is 1-1. We'll go to the top of the 10th. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Registration is now open for the 2017 Wareham Gatemen High School Clinics. These programs are run by the Gatemen coaching staff with a focus on exposing high school area players to the college game. To sign up for either the hitting, pitching, or catching camps, visit www.gatemen.org for more information.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and software development. Online at www.curry.edu.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. We are proud supporters of the CCBBL as well as many other wonderful Cape Cod organizations that serve our community.
Nine to 9 in the 12th inning. Oh no, that was last night. Tonight, it's a 1-1 game going into the 10th inning. These Gatemen, they're playing in really competitive ball games. The pitching had a little bit of an issue last night, and tonight it's doing much better. The new pitcher is Riley Gates from BYU, playing first base now, Luke Bonfield.
And they've brought the Gatemen Baseball Network to their feet late in this game.
Very difficult thing to do, by the way. I really like sitting. Carter Ferris, he's the hitter right now. 0 for 3 today. Facing Riley Gates for the first time. First pitch, cut on and miss. Strike one.
Big spot for Riley Gates to be in right now in a late inning game. He was 3-1 with a 2.31 ERA for Brigham Young this year. And he struggled quite a bit so far this season, so would like to turn it around right now in a big situation.
He's given up 4 earned runs in just 4 innings of work. He has an 0-1 record as well. The Gatemen looking for really Riley Gates' first solid outing, and you can't give up a run in this situation. Bouncer for a ball, maybe a strike if we're playing cricket.
And we have seen Riley Gates, kind of his command has been the issue so far this season. He has been throwing a lot of pitches in the dirt up high. And once he can settle in here, then it gives him an opportunity to really show off what he can do.
On deck, the catcher, Darren Schreiner. Right now we have Carter Ferris, who fouls off a pitch that looked like it was going to miss on the outside. Count 2-2. So we only see Kanine for 1 inning. He goes 1-2-3 with a strikeout of Luke Miller that eventually got him tossed out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, bizarre stuff there from Luke Miller.
And then another bizarre play, a ground ball, a line shot goes right back at Brett Kanine, deflects the ball down, goes straight to his second baseman, Duran, but here we have a strikeout, and McIver makes a good throw. That strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exaforest, and Bullard. 1 away in the 10th.
The catcher, number 24, Darren Schreiner.
And good start for Riley Gates, who needed that, and gets a strikeout, gets the hitter Carter Ferris to chase a pitch way inside. And if you're doing that, the pitch probably looked pretty crazy coming from the batter's eye.
You don't have to give me a reason why or any logic after this fly ball into left center. That's called off by Angelini and caught. but that's actually Stephen Kwan now in center field. Oh, Angelini's been out of the game for a while. I apologize. Kwan's in center, Topa's in left. John Topa came in as a pinch hitter for Nick Angelini back in the 8th inning.
You thought you might, not see John Topa for a day, but here he is.
Nope.
He's in the game.
He's always in the game. Only missed once this season.
And it was a doubleheader, so theoretically he played that day.
McIver lets a ball get through his legs. Doesn't matter. Nobody's on. Top of the order here, it's Nico Horner. Little miscommunication behind the backstop between YD Ballboy and Gateman Ballboy.
This season, the Gatemen have had a lot of trouble winning really close games like this one. They would love to have a walk-off style victory here at Spillane Field, and of course, if they win, that's what's going to happen.
So that's what I was about to ask you for. No, you don't have to give a rhyme or reason, but are you predicting another tie, or just based on the way this game is going, a tie, or will we see a winner tonight? Just what's your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is, based on the pitching and whatnot, tie.
Me too. I'm really scared. A two-game tie streak. Could you imagine that? Hopefully we jinx it out of existence. Gates throws a 2-out walk. That could be scary, especially with Horner's speed.
The center fielder, number 2, Kyle Isbell.
And also a good hitter you have to face now that you walked Nico Horner. No disrespect to Horner out of Stanford, one of the best hitters in this lineup, if not the best. But Kyle Isbell, just as good. And you didn't have to face him before, and now you're going to have to face him. And he's been the only run of the game for the YD team today.
You really need to retire Isbell, considering the fact Alex McKenna and his 2 extra base hits is on deck. Gates, the lefty, deals to the lefty. Isbell takes a called ball. So Gates, since getting those first 2 outs, struggling a bit with his command.
Yeah, big at bat here. You don't want to put her in scoring position in extra innings.
Gates out of the stretch like he always is. Runner on first, and he gets a fly ball. McIver loses it. It's out of play. One count on Isbell. Riley Gates fakes a pickoff move over to Horner, who's definitely on his heels, after just applying that pickoff tag a couple moments ago in the bottom of the 9th on McIver. Horner was leaning towards first, so Gates throws over. Count remains 1-1. McKenna and Rivas on deck for YD. Horner at first, Isbell at the plate. Gates steals, swing and a miss. Runner goes. McIver's throw to second, got him. The 3rd caught stealing throw for Willie McIver tonight. It ends the top of the 10th. Can the Gatemen win this one in the bottom of the 10th? We'll see Metz, Duran, Topa. You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world. Red Shirt Fridays is a national program created to acknowledge, honor, and support our troops who put themselves in harm's way to defend our freedom. In support of this program, the Cape League teams will be wearing a specially designed red jersey every Friday. This special weekly celebration of Red Shirt Fridays is sponsored by 47 Brand, HP Hood, Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority, Advanced Embroidery, and the Cape League. Support our troops and join us by wearing red each Friday.
Listen to the game wherever you go with the Next Radio app. Catch this station's local broadcast or stream all the action right on your phone. Visit the Google Play Store and download the free Next Radio app today.
Bottom of the 10th inning, the Gatemen are tied 1-1 with the YD Red Sox. The Gatemen, they were in a tie last night, but there's no way there's a such thing as consecutive ties in the Cape Cod Baseball League, right, Sam?
Oh, you're 100% wrong.
Oh, no. What a surprise.
Last season, the Gatemen, consecutive ties. Katuitt, the first game on July 8th, and on July 9th, it was against the Harwich Mariners. So pretty similar time of the season as well, July 8th and 9th of last year. Second game of that, they were both 3-3 ties nonetheless, and the second game went 12 innings. Brett Canine started that game and gave up 3 earned runs, and then the bullpen came up and cleaned up after him. But, yeah, consecutive ties, both 3-3 for the Gatemen last season. They had 5 last year. So, it's certainly not out of the cards here in the Cape Cod Baseball League. Those are both on the road.
Robbie Metz hits a high chopper, and it's over the head of the third baseman. It's a base hit for Robbie Metz, using Spillane to his advantage. Gatemen have the winning run aboard.
You've seen a lot of those wild bounces up in the air, and the third baseman playing pretty far in. That's Kaiser, and playing pretty far in, and because of that, he gets burned by a ball going over his head. I'm sure he wasn't expecting that to happen. Can't blame him for playing in, but if that's the way the Gatemen are going to get hits today, honestly.
Only the second hit of this ball game for the Wareham Gatemen, but they're still very much in it. In fact, they're in the driver's seat. Robbie Metz over at first, Jaron Duran at the plate, John Topa on deck, 7, 8, 9. Duran shows bunt, and it's perfect down the third base line. Picking it up, Kaiser. The throw is high, but grabbed out of the air by Rivas.
Good job from Jaron Duran getting the sac bunt down. And, you know, with his speed, he was trying to beat that out all the way.
Yeah.
So never a bad idea to bunt for him. But moves the runner into scoring position with just one out here. A hit with a speedy Robbie Metz on second base certainly will be a interesting play at the plate, potentially, if John Tope was able to come up with a hit right here.
Metz drove in the only run of the game for the Gatemen. Can he score the winner? That's up to John Topa to decide right now. 1 out, runner on second. Topa holds up on the first pitch, and it's going to be interesting watching the second baseman, Horner. Right now, he's really focused on keeping Metz at second base. You see how close he is to guarding the bag. John Topa is an opposite field hitter. He for sure could get one through that 3-4 gap along the right side that we've seen all season from him.
There's a huge gap between center field and right field right now for John Topa. I'm honestly surprised that the outfielders aren't playing further in, considering a single would likely, or considering any extra base hit wins the game for Wareham. I'm pretty surprised that the outfielders aren't in further.
Well, a single could also,
exactly.
Basically any hit to the outfield could end this game.
Exactly, which is why I think the outfielders should be coming in more to prevent the single from winning the game, because the extra base hit's going to win anyway.
Here's a grab on a slide of a ground ball by Topa. Nico Horner just saved the game for the YD Red Sox. That could have been a walk-off single for John Topa. We just mentioned Nico Horner on second base. Maybe he heard us up here, knowing that John Topa loves that gap. He almost got it through. That could have been the game.
Absolutely. And now here's a guy that you want to have at the plate right now, because this is a guy that knows where to hit the ball, knows how to find the holes. He's the leadoff guy for a reason.
Stephen Kwan, 5 RBIs in 5 games with the Gatemen. Can he make it 6 for 6 tonight? Metz is the winning run at third. Kwan takes called strike 1, says Mickey Garcia. High pressure situation for everybody right now. The pitcher, Riley McCauley. Out of the stretch, watching Metz carefully. Kwan, 0 for 2 with a sac bunt, a walk, and a stolen base. He fouls this one off, and now he's got a 2-strike count to battle back against Riley McCauley.
Yeah, good job of McCauley. Getting that first pitch strike on the outside corner on a pitch that Kwan took was a big one for him. And he's able to force the foul ball on the hands. But Kwan's a really good hitter. You know he's not going to go down without a fight right now. especially in this big situation.
McCauley out of the stretch. Kicks, fires. Quan swings and misses. Strike 3. We'll go to the 11th inning. The Gatemen come close, but can't get Robbie Metz across. How will this game end? You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
When you're sick or injured, you want care when and where it's convenient for you. South Coast Health Urgent Care has 4 locations: Fairhaven, Wareham, and now in Seekonk and Dartmouth. You can view wait times and even check in online at southcoast.org/urgentcare. Choose the time and location that's best for you. We'll even remind you when it's time to come in, and walk-ins are always welcome. Urgent care that exists to meet your needs. More than you expected? That's more than medicine. Check in at southcoast.org/urgentcare.
The Down East Lobster Roll combos are back at the 99 restaurants. Visit today in Centerville, Falmouth, Mashpee, Wareham, or Yarmouth for the best value for lobster rolls on the Cape. The 99, proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
What a night for baseball here in Wareham. This game is tied at 1. Robbie Metz just had the second hit of the ball game for the Wareham Gatemen with no outs. Makes his way to third, and standing 90 feet away from walking off, Stephen Kwan strikes out. We're headed to the 11th for the second straight night. And this is really a high-pressure situation for Riley Gates, pitcher out of BYU, who just pitched a scoreless 10th inning. Going 1-2-3 in a way, issued a walk to Horner, but Horner was caught stealing by McIver. So we'll see Kyle Isbell, who was left at the plate, back in the 10th. We'll see Isbell, McKenna, and Rivas, not a part of this lineup you want to mess with. Isbell swings and misses on strike 2. Riley Gates, we talked about coming into this game, 4 innings, 4 earned runs. He's really showing off right now.
Yeah, Rivas on that particular pitch, way out in front of an off-speed pitch from Riley Gates, and if he can continue that.
Ball in the dirt, Isbell holds up. Good block by McIver, but he'll chase it now. Isbell with UNLV this spring hit .290 with 6 home runs, 26 RBIs. A former Santa Barbara Forester of the California Collegiate League. Time's called by Isbell.
Just raising the pressure of the situation every time out.
Well, why not? Get your head in the game. Make sure you're ready for every pitch. He'll await the 1-2. Gates fires, low in the dirt again. So Gates trying to get Isbell to swing and miss at one of these pitches where he can't really get hurt.
You know what? When you're ahead in the count, you might as well. And that's what Riley Gates figures when you're up 0-2. You have a few pitches, maybe 1 or 2 pitches to waste, and he did that.
2-2 grounded foul, so we'll do it again. Great night for baseball here in Wareham. Temperatures low 70s, high 60s. Not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, the last 5:30 game was against YD. Last Sunday it was daytime when the game ended, so that just shows you what kind of length of game we're dealing with. It's a 1-1 game, but the regulation of this game was just about a normal baseball game. It was about, the first 9 innings were about almost 2 hours, 45 minutes.
Gates misses, and now the count is 3-2. We have seen some crazy stuff in this game. A 6-6-3 double play. We've seen the first time a player's been tossed in a game for the Gatemen. It was a YD Red Sox, Luke Miller. Seen all sorts of substitutions. Ball misses inside. Gates goes ahead 0-2 to number 2 in red, ends up walking him. Great at-bat by Kyle Isbell.
Yeah, good at-bat by Isbell. Tough for Gates, missing inside. Didn't look like Isbell was really swinging at those pitches, but he was able to work the walk. Impressive stuff, laying off some tough pitches, maybe some tempting pitches in the dirt, and some breaking balls earlier in that count. And because of that, he was able to work back into a 2-2, 3-2, and then get the walk.
Well, here's a guy who has an ability to break this game open right now. Alex McKenna. Double in the first, caught stealing at third. Double in the fourth, thrown out by Kyle Kasser on a fielder's choice. Ball in the dirt, McIver blocks it. Isbell thought about running, but then also thought about what happened to Nico Horner. And two other YD Red Sox today gunned down by Willie McIver.
Well, since 6 p.m. last night, this is inning number 23 for the Wareham Gatemen.
Wow. And, I mean, this really messes with your pitching rotation a bit. You know, you had guys who were not scheduled to pitch today in yesterday in Frank German and Dalton Roach. They have to be put out there for the 10th, 11th, and 12th innings.
And based on what we've seen today, I don't think Riley Gates was scheduled to pitch either. So
he was warming up in the bullpen last night.
Yeah, so some guys we haven't seen in a while. Will Neely hasn't come in here in a long time. I'm sure he's waiting on deck for the 12th inning, or another guy that we haven't seen in a long time. But the Gatemen throwing out the house recently in these last two games. They've had to.
The 1-0. McKenna along the right field side, foul, out of play. Dodson chases it.
Neely is the only guy I can really think of that would possibly come in after Riley Gates in this game should he need to. Because you saw Matulovic yesterday, you saw Stadler, Wolfram, German, Roach, Culbertson. You're not going to see tomorrow's starter, Griffin Roberts.
I believe we've seen almost every pitcher in the past 2 or 3 days for the Gatemen.
You're not going to see tomorrow's starter, Griffin Roberts.
Yep.
You're probably not going to see Jordan Britton, who threw 3 innings against Bourne a few days ago.
Well, who the heck is going to be left for the Gatemen tomorrow? Griffin Roberts, Jim Lawler, we've seen it. He doesn't want any of his guys going more than 5 innings, depending, that's the rough estimate based on the pitch count, 60 or 70.
Yeah, I think you're going to see Griffin Roberts. I'm sure you're going to see Jordan Britton as well.
Mason Fioli gave up the only run to the YD Red Sox tonight, and Riley Gates gives up a base hit. Going for third is the runner, Isbell. The throw is in time! What a great throw from Stephen Kwan. We haven't seen him show off the guns yet, but he does right there. Very close play at third.
Number 30, Alfonso Rivas from Arizona.
Just wild stuff in this game. Lots of twists and turns and, good base hit from Alex McKenna, but an even better throw from Stephen Kwan.
That's an 8-5. Robbie Metz applying the tag on the perfect throw from Stephen Kwan. The hit and run almost worked a little too perfectly for YD right there. Alex McKenna, by the way, that's his third hit of the night. He's on first with 1 out. Riley Gates throws over.
Oh, how this game has developed. Gatemen were just so close to being faced with first and third and nobody out in the top half of this 11th inning, and now all of a sudden, runner only at first with 1 out, but another good hitter at the plate.
Rivas is up. He swings and misses on a ball in the dirt. Strike 1. What is going on in this game, Sam?
It seems like Gates' specialty is getting guys to chase in the dirt. And you don't really see that from pitchers that often, but maybe his stuff is just that nasty, breaking that much, where guys are chasing it down on pitches that bounce in front of Willie McIver.
Riley Gates waiting for a sign from McIver. Runner on third's McKenna. He has speed.
He's 6 for 8.
Ball, snap throw from McIver. And Sam scores 1-1 in the 11th inning.
Oh, wow.
With 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out.
Wow.
That might sum up this game in a nutshell.
Absolutely. Look at the scoreboard if you're at Spillane Field right now. Everyone,
it's showing on the screen right now.
Crazy stuff.
Can you believe this? I don't know what we're watching at this point.
Yeah, is this still a baseball game or what?
Ball in the dirt, 2-1.
Each at bat getting bigger and bigger in this game, it feels like.
And what if Isbell was on third and there were runners on the corners?
I mean, you just never know.
Yeah.
You could see a ground ball in the infield, and maybe this ball gets thrown out at home or something. I don't know.
Either way, the YD Red Sox have not scored since the 6th. The Gatemen scored in the 7th. An RBI ground out by Robbie Metz. On the other side, it was RBI fielder's choice for Luke Miller when he was still in the game. He has since been thrown out.
Yeah, I wonder where he is.
Maybe sitting on the team bus a little longer than we had anticipated he would. Carlos Cortez is on deck. He'll hit for Miller. Ball just misses inside. Riley Gates trying to go front door on the lefty.
Gates has been throwing a lot of balls since he entered this game. Leadoff walk in this inning, of course. And now he has to work back in the count as opposed to losing that previous count. He has to get back from a 3-1 right now on a good hitter. Don't want to leave him anything over the plate. You know, in this situation, Rivas is swinging away, absolutely.
Rivas hits this one deep into right, but under it the whole way is Dodson. He makes the catch. That is the second out of the inning. Wow, have the tides turned in this one for Riley Gates.
Absolutely, and I think Rivas just a little bit away from, really hammering that one. But
yeah.
Riley Gates gets the fly out. I said just previously, Rivas was definitely going to swing away on that 3-1 pitch if he got a pitch in the zone. That did happen. He just barely missed it. And luckily, Tanner Dodson was just standing right there.
Well, here is Carlos Cortez, who was a defensive replacement for Cole Cottom in the 10th, who was a defensive replacement for Luke Miller in the 9th. And Cortez, the South Carolina Gamecock, all-SEC freshman team, ranked the #1 freshman in the SEC by Baseball America. You know that conference well.
Yeah, Cortez is a phenomenal player. I'm honestly surprised that he wasn't in the lineup today because of how good he is, but this is exactly who you want, a pinch hitter in this situation.
Ground ball, and it gets through the infield. Rounding second and heading for third is McKenna. Dodson's throw is late, and it's a single for the defensive replacement, Carlos Cortez. Runners on the corners. Riley Gates isn't out of this one yet.
So I wasn't even done ranting about how good Carlos Cortez was before he had a base hit through the right side.
Here's Christian Koss. And now we'll have a little chat between Duran, Kasser, McIver, and Gates.
Talking about the play probably with...
Right. What you want to do in this situation. And now Scott Pickler will talk with Carlos Cortez, who's on first base coach.
Just making sure everyone understands the situation, that you do not need to throw out that runner at home with 2 outs, of course.
Well, you do need to get, in case a pickle ensues, you need to tag out Cortez before the runner touches home.
But I don't think YD will be trying that. We never know. We saw Wareham try it, but...
But don't you understand that we have seen literally everything today?
I know, but it would be a questionable decision, not going to lie, to try that.
Time is called now. No. Jim Lawler comes out. We'll see if he wants to talk this over with Gates, or maybe this is a change. Hard to see who's in the bullpen. We know it's a right-hander.
There's definitely no bonfire going out there in the bullpen today.
We've seen it before, and it is a buggy night. Can this get any crazier?
I don't believe.
What's the one thing we haven't seen tonight? We saw a no-hitter go into the the bottom of the 9th inning. The only runs we've seen in this game came on RBI groundouts.
It's wild. I mean, what haven't we seen?
A player tossed. We've seen that. Maybe a coach or a manager tossed. Don Snedden's been issued a warning, and now we will get a pitching change. We'll identify the new pitcher, and we'll come back in the top of the 11th, this critical situation on the Gatemen Baseball Network.
It's back. The 2017 Friendlies Cape League All-Star Game will be played at Spillane Field, home of the Wareham Gatemen. Mark the date on your calendar, Saturday, July 22nd. Game time is 6 p.m., but the gates open at 2 p.m. One highlight will be the home run hitting contest. There will also be an autograph session and a large merchandise village with items from many of the teams. Be sure to buy your tickets now right here at the merchandise stand. Tickets are just $5, and part of the proceeds will support our Wareham Gatemen.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Cape Cod employs more than 50 full-time employees and more than 25 seasonal. Every year, more than 15 college students get great experience and support their education by working at Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod. Reward yourself. Have a Coke. Registration is now open for the 2017 Wareham Gatemen High School Clinics. These programs are run by the Gatemen coaching staff with a focus on exposing high school area players to the college game. To sign up for either the hitting, pitching, or catching camps, visit www.gatemen.org for more information. Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels.
Frank German, for the second night in a row, he will come in a critical spot for the Gatemen. Last night, it was the 10th inning. Tonight, it's the 11th.
Yeah, yesterday Frank German came in the 10th in a situation where he probably wasn't supposed to pitch yesterday. He threw the 10th. The Gatemen had a 9-8 lead, and German comes in the 10th, and unfortunately for him, gives up that RBI single from George Yancha that tied the game at 9 with one out in that inning. And you just never know what's going to happen in this game. My scorebook is destroyed because I only have 10 innings, and now I'm working in the 11th here, and in the 10th frame it's still. And I'll give you another fact right here.
Christian Koss on the first pitch he sees hits a base hit. It's an RBI single. Scoring is McKenna. The YD Red Sox take a 2-1 lead.
A tough way for Frank German to enter the game. First pitch he throws, and it's into center field. But what I was saying was my pitching chart on the home side for the Gatemen is full. Frank German is the last one. I only have 6 spaces here. I don't know about you.
I got one more.
Okay, they give you the extra one. Bob Carpenter gives you the extra one.
Well, right now, the YD Red Sox just put up an extra run. And at the dish, Connor Kaiser grounded out to Brett Canine and Jaron Duran his last time up. Takes a called strike from German, bounces back immediately after giving up that RBI base hit.
Yeah, and a really good job by Christian Koss. New pitcher comes in, and he knows the first pitch is likely going to be a fastball, likely going to be in the strike zone, not going to try to fool him on the first pitch, and just swings away at it, lines it right back up the middle.
That earned run goes to Riley Gates, by the way. That was his responsibility, Alex McKenna. His third base hit of the game came here in the 11th, and Christian Koss, he gets his second hit of the game here in the 11th, an RBI single to center field. Gatemen trail 2-1. The good news for the Gatemen at this point is German did give up a run in last night's game, but the Gatemen did score a run in that inning also. It was on the road, so just in a different order.
Yeah, I mean, that top half of the 10th, or that 10th inning in general was pretty crazy. It was an RBI from Stephen Kwan that got Robbie Metz out at home after he, a clutch stolen base to get him to second base, and then allowed Stephen Kwan to get the RBI single, getting him in from second. So, with the lineup that the Gatemen have today, and it was certainly at the heart of the order coming up with Dodson, Castor, and McIver, I think it's very possible.
Mm-hmm. Definitely the part of the order you want up. German has to hold this lead first, and now he's thrown his third ball of this at-bat.
With the way this game's going, I'd honestly be very surprised if this game doesn't go the distance.
We'll see, but first Frank German has to hold this down right now. Facing Connor Kaiser, full count. Runner on second, Cortez. Runner on first, Koss, who just had an RBI single. Runners go, ground ball to the right side. Duran can't get his glove on it. Dodson picks it up, and he will allow Carlos Cortez to score. It's a 3-1 lead for the YD Red Sox.
Yeah, and German gets what he wants, gets a soft ground ball. It's just that to the right spot for the hitter, Connor Kaiser. And Duran playing towards second base a little bit. Wasn't unable to get there. Good effort, though.
Well, now, Frank German, he comes in here in the 11th, gives up 2 RBI singles. You know, it's really got to be tough. You're the first Gateman pitcher of the season to pitch 2 nights in a row. And in both times in such critical spots.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy like him to come in here out of North Florida and give up these 2 leads, or not lead, or yesterday with a lead, give up this, it's just tough, but.
Runner goes, fouled off. Connor Kaiser has to go back to first. But it seemed like Frank German was pretty indifferent that he went. Carter Ferris at the dish here. Darren Trainer on deck, the catcher. Darren Trainer, this is his first appearance for the YD Red Sox this season. Probably wondering, came to the Cape League, what did I just get myself into? Extra innings battle. Top of the 11th.
Yeah, Orleans and Chatham started an hour and a half after this game. That game's already in the 7th inning.
Frank German tries the third to first pickoff move. All runners return. Three to 1 YD. 53 in White deals, swung on and missed. Foul tip, strike 2.
Now a chance to get out of the inning for German. Chance to use the 0-2 count to your advantage and throw something out of the zone. Try to get him to chase an off-speed pitch.
German's 0-2. He waits for a sign, sets, breathes, kicks, and deals. Willie McIver fakes a throw down to second. Count goes 1-2. So Connor Kaiser takes off and steals second. The run that can make it 4-1 is on third. The run that can make it 5-1 is on second. Carter Ferris at the plate, 0 for 4 today. German's 1-2. Misses.
And yeah, try to get him to chase the breaking ball outside. Just a little bit too far outside, though. And a disciplined hitter like Carter Ferris and did in DH spot is not going to be chasing that one that far out of the zone.
German gets a ground ball that goes foul.
YD with 4 hits this inning. Before that, have had more hits this inning than the Gatemen have had the entire game.
Doubled it. Gatemen only have 2. Infield single from Willie McIver and sort of an infield single from Robbie Metz. Ball that bounced over the third baseman's head. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ferris goes down. That strikeout brought to you by the law offices of Lang, Exaforest, and Bullard. The Gatemen have a 2-run deficit to make up in the bottom of the 11th. Can they do it? You're watching Wareham Gatemen Baseball on WCTV.
The Cape Cod Baseball League is all about family, and it's all about fun. Friendly's is all about family and fun and is proud to sponsor the 2017 baseball season. Friendly's, life with extra sprinkles.
Coca-Cola Bottling of Cape Cod thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. Please remember to recycle your empty bottles, cans, and all other recyclable materials. It takes only 6 recycled plastic bottles to make a new baseball cap.
Registration is now open for the 2017 Wareham Gatemen Youth Clinics. The instruction clinics are open to boys and girls between ages 4 and 15. The clinics are a great opportunity to meet and learn from some of the best collegiate players in the country. Clinics are held Monday through Friday, depending on the player's off day. For more information and to sign up your young ball player, visit www.gatemen.org.
In the bottom of the 11th, the Wareham Gatemen trail the YD Red Sox 3-1. 4 runs was the total the last time the YD Red Sox were here on last Sunday night. Or Sunday, really. That game spanned from afternoon to late evening, but the sun was still out when the game ended. Now we've gone long into the night. Just about 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. This game has gone 3.5 hours. Here's Tanner Dodson from the left side. Takes called ball 1 from pitcher in this one. It's still Riley McCauley. So the Gatemen bring in a new pitcher, and Frank German doesn't work out. Let's see what YD decides to do. Dodson lines this one into left. It stays fair. Dodson rounds first. He'll head for second. The throw from the left fielder is not applied in time. What a close play at the bag, but Tanner Dodson gets his left foot in safely. That's the start the Gatemen needed.
Yeah, very close play at second base for sure, and yeah, that's exactly the start that the Gatemen needed. They got a runner in scoring position in the 9th inning, but unfortunately Willie McIver was picked off, so as long as Dodson's smart on the base paths, the Gatemen are set up here to try to make a comeback in the bottom half of this 11th inning.
Scott Pickler talking to umpire Alan Liberdoni right now, wondering if the throw definitely beat Dodson, but since it came from left field, it just came to the wrong part of the bag. Horner tried to get that tag over there, but it did. I know we're far away. We're about 150 to 200 feet from second base, but
it was very close.
Yeah, that's all we can say. Safe is the call from the umpire, so safe is the call, and that's the only call.
The only thing I will say, it was a very quick call from the first base umpire, like right after Dodson slid in. So it looked like he saw Dodson's leg get under and hit the base before he even saw the glove apply the tag. And
well, that's the umpire protocol.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what makes me real. That's what makes me think that he was likely on the right call.
The out call, you do have to wait a little while, make sure that the fielder still has the ball in their glove, everything like that. Kasser at the plate now. He takes called strike 1. A lot of walking around and milling about in the YD bullpen. Not seeing anybody throwing, though. Riley McCauley, he's only the 4th pitcher of the game for YD, as opposed to the Gatemen who've thrown 6. Dodson over at second. Kasser shows bunt, and he gets it down the third base line. Picking it up and making the throw on the first is Koss. Interesting play there by Kyle Kasser. He thought he saw a hole in the defense. It was most certainly there, but Koss just makes a better play.
Just a little bit too much on that bunt for Kyle Kasser, I think. If he was able to put less on that, I think he might have had a chance to be safe at first, but a really good play for the third baseman, Kasser, for sure. The bare hand play on the run, flips it sidearm. The first baseman caught him.
Willie McIver, he's at the dish right now. Tells Tanner Dodson to hold up. McIver represents the tying run in this ball game, which leads you to believe that that'll go down as a sac bunt for Kasser, but he must have been trying to bunt for a hit because he matters.
Absolutely. I don't think he was trying to just sacrifice there. He does have speed, and just a really good play by the defensive player.
Willie McIver takes strike 1. Count goes to 1-1. In the bottom of the 11th. What a game this has been. YD just got 2 runs off the bats of Christian Koss and Connor Kaiser in the top of this inning. What can Willie McIver do to keep this one going? He swings and misses on strike 2. So Koss showing his value in the field. He just made that play down the third base line to beat out Kasser. And also at the plate, he drove in what was the second run of this game for YD.
He's had a good game since coming in, for sure. And the wear and tear of this game really showing on Willie McIver's uniform right now, that's for sure.
McIver takes called strike 3 on the outside corner. He doesn't like the call, but he'll have to deal with it. And now this game is in the bat of Tristan Pompey. He is the tying run with 2 outs. So a sack bunt for Kasser, strikeout looking for MacGyver are the 2 outs in this inning. Tanner Dodson had a leadoff double. He'll remain at third. Pompey from the left side, facing Riley McCauley from Michigan State. Pitches outside.
You think McCauley's probably going to want to keep this ball away from Tristan Pompey. Try to force him to, get a base hit as opposed to the other option on a good contact play from Tristan Pompey.
Pompey lays off a off-speed pitch, but it's called for a strike on the inside corner by Mickey Garcia. On deck, Luke Bonfield, who replaced Blake Sable a while ago. Pompey lays off, just like you said. McCauley trying to go outside. Both teams watching this game very anxiously. We're in the bottom of the 11th in a 3-hour, 40-minute affair.
A fun one for all the fans involved. Picked a good day to come out to Wareham and come to Spillane Field.
Pompey takes strike 2. And the home plate umpire, Mickey Garcia, just did his strike 3, ring him up. It is only strike 2, though. The Gatemen down to their final strike. Pompey, the tying run at the plate. Dodson at third. McCauley kicks and fires. Pompey launches this one into right field. Under it is McKenna. And this ball game is over. In 11 innings, the YD Red Sox defeat the Wareham Gatemen by a score of 3-1. Wow, what an evening. And this time, the Gatemen can't hold on for a tie or a win. They drop this game to the YD Red Sox. They've now lost their first game in 4 contests.
Yeah, a great game, undoubtedly, here at Spillane Field, and a shocker for the Gatemen after an extra innings battle with Falmouth last night. Unable to win this one in extra innings as well. Just doesn't seem like they've been able to deliver that big hit. They had a few runners in scoring positions, unfortunately. Some bad base running and some untimely hitting is what cost them this game, and the pitching was there for sure.
Untimely hitting, I mean, how about it hitting in general? The 9th, 10th, and 11th are the only innings that the Gatemen had hits. It was a 3-hit day. And the fact that they drove this game to be an 11-inning contest it's pretty remarkable.
It is, that's rarely a thing. It's rarely a thing when you have no hits going into the 9th and you're able to come out with an extra inning ball game. But it's still the same result. It's a loss.
Justin Montgomery, he was the starter, went 4 scoreless. He keeps a 0.00 ERA. Frank German, he will get the loss. Pitches in 2 consecutive games. Man, I mean, just what a tough break for the Gatemen tonight.
Yeah, and you mentioned Justin Montgomery. He is today's Gatemen player of the game, undoubtedly. There's really no one else that really came close to Montgomery today. Montgomery, 4 innings again. His ERA remains at 0. Only gave up 3 hits, struck out 5. Walked a few batters today. I don't really see that from him that much, but he was able to balance out the walks with timely strikeouts, timely groundouts, and another good day for Justin Montgomery. He should feel really good about himself despite the fact that his team was unable to pull out the victory.
The Gatemen lose this one by a score of 3-1 in 11 innings. And we thank you for listening to this broadcast of Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network. The general manager of the Wareham Gatemen is Andrew Lang. The producers of today's broadcast are Nick Veronesi and Matthew Wieselthayer. Our sideline reporter is Claudia Chakamian. Thanks to our beat writer Matt Feld. The next broadcast of Wareham Gatemen Baseball will be tomorrow as the Wareham Gatemen take on the Chatham Anglers right here at Spillane. The game starts at 6:30, but look out for our coverage on YouTube with the Gatemen Pregame Show. For Sam Corman, I'm Connor Federico. Thanks for tuning in to this presentation of Wareham Gatemen Baseball on the Gatemen Baseball Network.